What is going on, everybody? Smiles here with Gaming with Smiles, and I hope you guys are just excited as I am. First off, it's been a while since I streamed. Great to see you guys again. It's been a crazy couple months here, but I'm pretty excited for us to go online and battle with this team. Yo, what is up, Daxman? We got the hype already going. You know it's going to be a great time. You have to forgive the lighting as well. It's like the middle of the day for me. I had off for Friday, so just got some things taken care of around the house, and I thought, you know what, I'll go ahead and stream my battles here. I've played with this team a grand total of 3 times, but you know what, we're going to make it happen, we're going to make it work, and we're going to learn along the way. It's going to be fun. Alright, without further ado though, we got to kick off our intro video and then get right into the battles. So stay tuned as we have another exciting episode of Gaming with Smiles on its way. That intro video definitely lagged, so we're going to try to launch it one more time and then we'll get right into battles. Alright. Alright, that's okay. You know what? We will deal with the intro video a little bit later. I have to look into that. Usually it doesn't lag that bad. It exported right and everything, and we played around with it. But in any case, let's get into the main event for today. It is our online battles in the official competition. Like I mentioned, I haven't used this team at all. I think the most I've used it was 3 times. I haven't really had a chance to really play this series. But yeah, I'm really excited to walk you guys through what this team can do. It kind of combines a lot of different existing teams out there and play styles I enjoy all into one package. So let's talk about what this team does. So first off, Pelipper, straightforward. I had Flying Terror on Pelipper, and actually in a practice round I realized I should go ahead and just Terra Flying and go after Amoonguss to really boost my attacks. But really, main thing here is Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind to protect. This Pelipper helps set up Tailwind so I can outspeed my opponents here, and can also help Dreadnought outspeed things with a Swift Turn ability. Covert Cloak is so I don't have to worry about Fake Out or shenanigans like that, which is really helpful. Next we have Golden Go. This Golden Go has been a classic that I've used for quite some time. I admit I just kind of threw it on the team because I was like, I like using Golden Go. It's a fun Pokemon. In this format, it's a little bit harder to use, but there are some tricks that I enjoy with Golden Go, including Trick. You see what I did there. But Trick with Choice Scarf is really great to catch your opponent's off guard, especially if you're fighting against Team Lu. Maybe Golden Go goes down against Team Lu, but I give it a Choice Scarfed attack. That actually helps out a lot with the other Pokemon I have on my team. So that can really help us out here. But yeah, it's a power gem for some of the fire types you might run into. Make It Rain, it's obvious it's a pretty strong move, and then Shadow Ball as well. So it's pretty straightforward, but really the main thing here is Trick, which helps out a lot. Then we have Dreadnought. Now Dreadnought gets a boost in its speed thanks to the Swift Storm ability, but the idea behind this is that Dreadnought hits pretty fast with Ice Spinner, Rock Slide, Liquidation, and then I did Terra Grass. Terra Grass does one of 2 things. 1, helps avoid spores from Amoonguss, but 2, in case the opponent does decide to use Gastrodon or something, I have a pretty easy way to cleanly hit it. And also, this is a great way to kind of counter Team Lu's ground-type moves. I'm able to resist those rather than be weak to them as well. So that's definitely very helpful there. I have Chien Pao. Originally, I was thinking about using Terra Blast Fire, but I decided instead to just keep it a Sacred Sword and not really worry about the Terra Fire for now. But the idea behind Terra Fire for Chien Pao is that it turns its fairy weakness into resistance, and also helps turn its fire weakness into resistance as well. So it's mainly to deal with the Chi-Yu Flutter Mane combo that you might run into, and kind of deal with them there. Moves are pretty straightforward with Ice Spinner, Throat Chop, Sacred Sword, and Protect. And then the last two Pokemon I've used in a lot of different teams. I personally enjoyed them a lot, but was really excited to use it in this game. So first we have Garganacl. Fun story, and Dax is in the chat. Huge shout out to Dax, you guys should follow him. In our shiny race, I caught Garganacl right at the end of our Shiny Race 1 episode, and I've used it in so many competitions and battles ever since. Garganacl is pretty straightforward with Wide Guard, Recover, Salt, Cure, and Protect. You can also change out Wide Guard for something like Iron Defense if need be, but I really just invested in Special Defense for this Garganacl, making it as specially defensively possible as possible. Garganacl also is great with that Purifying Salt ability, and instead of Terra Ghost, which is a really popular Terra type for Garganacl, I decided to go with Terra Water, just because with the Ruin Pokemon, Dark type moves are going to be a lot more common, and I didn't want to be weak or add that weakness, so I decided Terra Water would be a great way to kind of not worry about that weakness, but I can use Terra Water from a defensive standpoint on some of the things I want to resist. Yeah, oh man, that would be crazy. Yo, if we fight against each other, that would be awesome. Absolutely. And then the last Pokemon, and I honestly, I know that about your team, we've talked about it a little bit, but I'm very curious to see it in action for sure. And the final Pokemon, this was actually caught another Daxman stream, but I wasn't on stream at the time. I was playing on my side, Farigiraf. So this Farigiraf plays similar to my other Farigiraf I've used, but instead of Trick Room, I've decided to use Dazzling Gleam. Dax trying to stream his streams like, yo, what's up, COD? By the way, COD, I saw that you follow the channel. And on my computer's showing a quick lag. I just want to make sure that you guys... Okay, you guys can hear me, but my video seems to be stopped for a little bit. Don't worry. Give me 1 second, just double check if everything's alright. I got something I wanted to say real quick before we hop in here. Okay, cool, we're back. On my computer, it says that we're back. Yeah, but it's actually kind of funny. COD, I did see that you followed 5 days ago. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. But yeah, so this Farigiraf plays similar to the other Farigirafs I've had in the past. I decided to invert a little bit more special attack and special defense into it. It does have some solid defense and pretty high HP there. But the idea is instead of Trick Room, it has Dazzling Gleam. And instead of Shadow Ball, it has Helping Hand. I don't really... Okay, yeah, video lag is lagging a little. Alright, how's video now? We good? Let me know in the chat how we doing on video. Seems to we should be back to normal. But it might be, you know, I might disable the Hapaj and re-enable it, because I think that did lag out a little bit. That honestly takes like 5 seconds, so let me do that real quick. But yeah, I decided to have Farigiraf be more for... yeah, and I think that's one thing we just have to be mindful of the Ruin Pokemon. Okay, cool. In that case, I'll go ahead and keep the gameplay as is. But if we find it, we are lagging there too, we'll go from there. Alrighty, with that, we did enough. We've chatted quite a bit. We're going to go ahead and hop in online. Let's get some hype in the chat. Let's get some excitement going. Like I said, I haven't really played with this team much, but today it's about a learning experience. I haven't really played Series 3 a lot, so you're going to learn a lot about the Ruin Pokemon. Did a little bit of research, but, you know, there's nothing quite like the experience of battle to really know what to do. So, let's do this. So, we will go ahead and start this competition. Yep. And we're looking for an opponent right now. Ooh, boy. This is a little bit scary, I'm not going to lie. But we'll do a good job. We'll be alright. And it looks like we found our first opponent. We're facing odds. Samelia. Samelia also looks like she joined in, or they joined in at the same time. Okay, so this is pretty cool. So we have Batcalibur, Dunsparce, Palafin, Amoonguss, Fluttermane, and Screamtail. So it does look like, I know Dunsparce is used a lot for the Rattle combinations. This also looks like it could have some Parasan, or potentially some Trick Room shenanigans as well. So we just want to be mindful of that. Luckily, we don't really have anything that prevents rain but I don't know if I actually want Rain. I mean, it's good against Amoonguss, but I don't want to enable Palafin, especially too, because I don't have Gastrodon on my team this time around, so it might be a little bit harder to use. I don't mind. It could still be useful, maybe not in the front, but it could be useful in the front to deal with Amoonguss only, right, and just knock it out. But if I commit Pelipper's Terra, then I guess the question is what happens afterwards. So that's just a thing. So we could go with Chien-Pao Garganacl. That'd be an interesting lead. I don't mind. You know what? I can go with Chien-Pao Golden Go, right? And then from there, yeah, I'm cool with Chien-Pao Golden Go. And then from there, I'll go with Garganacl to slow things down. And then it's really the Amoonguss matchup. I just got to be mindful of that. Golden Go does decently well. You know what? I'll go with Farigiraf. Farigiraf, at least what it can do is it can use Armor Tail to help prevent any priority. And so that might be helpful in and of itself. So we're going to go that route. I don't feel bad not taking in Dreadnought. I'm a little bit concerned that I didn't take in Pelipper. But let's see what we got. Okay. So, Fluttermane and Amoonguss. So this is kind of nice. So that goes off. No photosynthesis, obviously. But we can kind of target into Amoonguss with both Make It Rain and before we do this, let's take a look. Okay, you could switch in Palafin, okay, but Ice Spinner still will do a decent amount. And Make It Rain, yeah, if you're not choiced, then I get a pretty strong hit off of you. So I'm confident going for this route right now. Amoonguss might either protect or want to switch out. If it switches out, then we'll be in a solid spot. I think the one thing I could have done a better job of is protect. Okay, Fluttermane's going to switch out. That's totally fine. I think I can bring in Golden Go later. And actually, Screamtail is going to be taking a considerable amount of damage here. So I actually do feel pretty good about this. Amoonguss is also switching out. So, talk about a pretty passive turn for my opponent, and the Dunsparce is coming in. Okay. So, this is actually a pretty good turn, all things considered. Look how much damage we do. That's just an insane amount. And then fire off Ice Spinner. Nice thing here, too, is that I don't reveal, okay, so, wow, yeah, that was a great turn for us. I don't reveal that I was Choice Scarfs. So, I think I'm going to target Screamtail, and I feel confident that I can get the KO on the Dunsparce at this range. So let's fire up. Well, actually, I probably did reveal that I was Choice Scarf. Oh, well, okay. Thanks for the double KOs there. That was great. This is me worried, and this is a dominating lead so far. Oh my gosh. Yo, let's go. Daxman just got a Fissure taking out that Annihilate on his game. Man, let's go. I'm glad that you're choosing that, yeah, and that also makes dealing with Annihilate so much easier, let me tell you. Alright, so this is pretty straightforward. I'm just going to go ahead and protect the Chien-Pao, and I'm going to switch into Farigiraf. At this point, Farigiraf isn't really going to be doing anything too much. Yeah, no, there was a lot, but I think it's just practice, really. And Dax can tell you, like, last year we really got into it at Salt Lake, and, you know, over time you kind of get used to the strategies and things like that, and it's a lot more fun as you keep on playing the games, you know? Alright, so Amoonguss is going to Terra type. Perfect Terra Water, I don't really care. It will resist Make It Rain, but at the end of the day, I think we're going to be in a really solid spot here. So, Chien-Pao is going to go ahead and protect. I want to keep this as simple as possible. We're going to get that Shadow Ball, but it's going to go against Farigiraf, which means nothing. And then Amoonguss uses Spore, and Chien-Pao is protected. Cool. Perfect. Alright, so this looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and switch into Garganacl here. And I'm just going to fire off a Dazzling Gleam. I don't think we need to we don't need to be fancy here or anything. So let's just go ahead and get some chip damage off. So, yeah, I mean, the opponent just not having great switch-ins and just let me get that KO really helped out for sure. Alright, so, okay, Fluttermane's finding a way to come back. It's going to use that Calm Mind here. But I do know for a fact I do outspeed it, which will be very helpful. Alright, so I'm going to go fire off a Dazzling Gleam. I ain't going to do too much here, which is okay. And then Amoonguss uses Spore into the Chien-Pao slot, but it doesn't affect Garganacl, which is perfect. And you reveal the leftovers. No, that's awesome, Dax. Yo, if we decide to go to Wisconsin, I think that we gotta use it. You gotta remind me again. I know that you did some things with your team, but I forget exactly what Pokemon you used on your team. Alright, and then we get to fire off an ally switch. Yo, that Fissure has been doing some work. Alright, so, okay, so it's Life Orbed. We had to deal with that Moonblast, but I'm glad that we decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and use that ally switch, take that attack, and then we're just going to make it a little bit easier. Okay, so Moongus fires off a Giga Drain. I'm not too worried about that. I'm not worried at all. Something else I learned too is that you can't ally switch twice in a row. So that's something I just need to be mindful of. I learned that in a battle previously. I thought, but so they nerfed it from Sword and Shield, which I personally think is good. So yeah, we can use Dazzling Gleam, and I'll just use Protect for now. Really, the main thing here, I just want to get either a free switch into Chien-Pao or Golden Go. I don't want to risk anything. Cool, Moonblast is totally fine. Okay. And then Giga Drain as well. Yeah, totally fine here. It does not matter. Flutter Mane, Talonflame, Team Loop. Yo, okay, yeah. Your team, I remember, yes, building that together. Yeah, your team is dangerous, let me tell you, especially with that Gothitelle trapping. I mean, so many chances to use Fissure and Stomping Tantrum. It's really strong there. Perfect. Flutter Mane's going to get knocked out next turn, so this ally switch is relatively free. I'm trying to think what I would do to throw away the game. I think it would be if I lost Garganacl immediately. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to stay in, and I'm going to go ahead and hit this recover button. Perfect. Okay. So that would have been dangerous. So I could have used Salt Cure, but I'm glad I didn't go for the ally switch. That felt like it was a little bit too close for comfort. And we get the Giga Drain off, but the Giga Drain at this point means nothing. I recover my HP, I get all of that goodness back, and Flutter Mane's going to get knocked out with Salt Cure. Perfect. Amoonguss can't 3v1, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to trick Amoonguss with that Choice Scarf, and we're going to just close out this battle. Yeah, there's no need to Terra right now, and in fact, I'll Terra Chien-Pao at the end if I need be. But yeah, we can just use Trick, get rid of our Choice Scarf, we don't need it anymore, and we'll just start Salt Cure for the win. And they cancel, yeah. So, great first battle! That was awesome, yeah. Thank you, Amelia, for the play. That was awesome. Appreciate you playing against us. But yeah, I mean, honestly, that turn one really just helped out. They played very defensively, and that really did help. Choice Scarf Golden Go definitely helped us out too. So, yeah, I can definitely see why they wanted to switch. I think a stronger play would have been protecting Amoonguss and then switching out Flutter Mane. I think that could have given them some leeway. But still, yeah, we just had a very dominating first game there. Yeah, Arena Trap is definitely helpful. It depends on the Pokemon that you use for it. Dax, this is very similar to your team. Oh my goodness. But I think weather moves are really helpful. The Sword of Ruin, the Ruin abilities are helpful. Intimidate, obviously. But a lot of things that add immunities or boost your attack really well help out a lot. So with this, it does look like, luckily we don't have ground offense, which is nice. Orthworm probably is not going to be coming out to play then. But the main thing we need to be mindful of is they're going to probably use Lycanroc and do some weather shenanigans. So I think it depends on how I want to play this. Do I want to lead with, I don't want to lead with Pelipper, but I think bringing Pelipper could be helpful. Garganacl at the end does work out decently well against the majority of my opponent's team, which I do like. Again, I guess I don't feel as confident with Chien-Pao. I think that the problem with Chien-Pao, like, oh, I love it against Tyranitar. The Sacred Sword is great. But then afterwards, it just kind of falls off. It could work against Team Lu, but there's just too much that we have to worry about. So I'm going to go with Dreadnought and Golden Go. Then use Pelipper and Garganacl in the back. And then if I can, yeah, I can pivot out Golden Go if need be. Or if I'm like, okay, well, Dreadnought, I don't need to attack immediately, I can work with that too. It kind of hurt not to win Chien-Pao, I admit, but There are too many things that can go wrong with it. Now, we do need to be mindful that Team Lu would have a decent advantage against Golden Go, but we can play around that, figure that out. Okay, so it is the Tyranitar Lycanroc lead. No surprises there. Now, Golden Go technically is resistant against Lycanroc and Tyranitar for the most part, except for the Dark-type moves. Now, we could switch in Pelipper now, but I risk losing the Weather War, and I don't want to do that immediately. So I'm down for... Well, this is a tough call. I think I'm going to Liquidation Lycanroc. I could double up into Tyranitar. I'll do that. It's not my best move, I admit, but... Oh, well, okay, never mind. Alright, is Tyranitar going to stay in? Okay, so Lycanroc just uses Rock Slide. Dreadnought avoids it. That's huge. No flinch chances. We love to see it. And I get to fire off this Liquidation right into Tyranitar. Perfect! Look at that immediate advantage we have right there. That's awesome. And so we'll get weather control the entire battle now, which is really nice. I think it depends. Team Lu's coming out, okay. So, really the main thing here is that, do I care about... okay. I think that I want to hit Team Lu with this Liquidation, and I'll still make it rain as well. I just don't want to give Team Lu free turns. So... Okay, Lycanroc switches out. Totally fine. I don't think Lycanroc can win this in the long run. So we're going to get Gyarados coming in. Okay, so the Intimidate, that's not going to be as fun. Right? And then Team Lu is going to go ahead and Terra. Probably Terra Grass, if I'm not mistaken. So we don't have to worry about Gyarados' Terra. Oh, it's Terra Poison. Okay, that's interesting. I'm trying to think if I need to worry about Terra Poison for any reason. That does a lot still against Team Lu. I admit, a crit. That's why. That makes sense. Okay. We get to fire off this Liquidation. Decent amount of damage. Not as much as I would like. We get the defense drop. And then Team Lu just goes for Earthquake. Okay. Ooh, is that a crit on Dreadnought? Yeah. Okay. I wonder what that damage calculation is. So, this is good and bad. Gyarados takes damage from the Sandstorm, and so does Team Lu. So really, the main thing here is Pelipper, placed on the left, and then Garganacl. So, naturally, Garganacl definitely would want to Terra here. And with the rain up, I think what we want to do... Okay. We want to make sure that Gyarados doesn't get in, you know... So, I feel confident in Hurricane Gyarados. Or do I want to Hurricane Team Lu? The faster I knock it out, the easier it will be to deal with it, right? I could also target Gyarados. If Lycanroc switches out, then that's fine. I'll go with targeting Team Lu. Well, no, you'll probably Assault Vest, right? So I'm going to Hurricane Gyarados, and I will Terra Assault Cure Team Lu. If Gyarados decides to stay in, then at least you'll resist it. Okay, and it does look like the opponent is going to stay in. Against Lycanroc, I do feel confident dealing with Lycanroc in the long run. I don't think it can knock out both my Pokemon at the same time. Okay, so Gyarados goes with Thunder Wave. Okay, that's totally fine here. And we get Earthquake again. Okay. But luckily now, with the Terra typing, I should be able to take it decently well. Pelipper's paralyzed, which is not great. And we get a fire off this Assault Cure. Okay. Okay, Salt Cure is doing the work. It's putting in the work, which is important. I'm down for Hurricane. I don't know if I feel confident having Garganacl. Okay, I predict... Yeah, Team Lu's gonna probably stay in. Because if you switch out... Oh no, if you switch out, then you can try to get a safe turn in. I don't know. I'll Hurricane Gyarados, and I'll recover here. Yeah, okay. Team Lu did switch out. I could have capitalized on that and used Salt Cure on, or attack that slot. Alright, Gyarados does use Taunt. That's a decent amount of damage, though. And the confusion. So things are looking up for us, which is good. Alright, we get the Citrus Berry, Lumberry. Okay, dang. Alright. Can't use Recover after that taunt, unfortunately. But, thanks to the recovery, I think we'll be in a solid spot here. Now, there is one problem. Lycanroc can easily use Endeavor. And why I should have targeted that slot. And I should have thought of it that way. Yeah, I think the opponent has a pretty solid wind condition. Let me go ahead and use Tailwind. And I will Salt Cure the Gyarados. Yep. That was a really great job on my opponent. And I had that turn. Well, I was thinking Team Lu's going to switch out. I should have gone for it, but I didn't, guys. That was well done by my opponent. I think that, especially with them losing both Pokemon, losing Tyranitar that early on, that was a really a great way to play that. So we'll target Lycanroc, but most likely Lycanroc will protect. But yeah, really great job on using support Gyarados there. Lycanroc still outspeeds anyways. And so does Gyarados. Alright, great job by my opponent. I even talked to you guys about that turn. I said, oh, I could target Team Lu, I could expect it to switch out, and that would have honestly won us the battle there. Even if it taunted, then we could have used the Salt Cured Gyarados, and then against Team Lu, we would have gotten the rest of the match there. So, great job by my opponent finding that win condition there. And you gotta learn and you grow. So, yeah, if I had to replay that, I would have targeted Team Lu, and then targeted Gyarados with Salt Cure, and I think we would have won that. Or targeting the Team Lu spot with another Salt Cure. So, yeah, really well done for my opponent on figuring that out. Alright, let's see. Our next battle here. I'm going against Steph. What does Steph have for us? Steph has, we got the Chi-Yu, the possibility of the Chi-Yu Flutter Mane lead. We have Dragonite. We have Mousehold that can also enable Annihilate. And we have Iron Bundle as well. So, some priority, big hits are definitely coming our way. I think just leading Dreadnought Golden Go might work. And then at the end of the battle, we can then use Golden Go. Dreadnought Pelipper, and then use Golden Go and Garganacl. And then I do feel confident with that kind of play. So let's try that. So Dreadnought, Pelipper, Golden Go, Garganacl. Yeah, I think the problem with Fergraph, it does okay. But I think with both Chi-Yu and Annihilate, it might be a little bit harder to deal with it. I kind of want to put the pressure on Chi-Yu pretty early on of saying, hey, you should not try to attack us. And use that to our advantage too, right? I can use the setup Tailwind and then immediately target Flutter Mane and try to get it off the board as quickly as possible here. But yeah, man, bummed I even called that play out last time. I called that, but you gotta know. Think about how, and I think that's a good lesson. I did not articulate that. That was how the opponent could win. Winning back Lycanroc, and then it clicked Endeavor, right? And so, yeah, if I targeted Lycanroc, that slot, done. Done. Easy. Right? And that was really cool of support Gyarados. I haven't really used Gyarados in this game, so that's a great way to use a Thunder Wave, Taunt, using the Intimidate, things like that. Alright, so they're going to decide to go with Mousehold Annihilate. Mousehold Annihilate, what it does is that it tries to get those beat-ups as fast as it can. So if we target down the Annihilate with both Liquidation and Hurricane, we might get this KO right here and there. So let's try it. Let's see what happens. You would have to protect Annihilate. Yeah. But then what would Mousehold do here? It's going to use Super Feint, right? Okay, it just uses Super Fang. Yeah, and against Dreadnought, I'm not too worried about that. Okay, my guess here is that Mousehold will probably use Follow Me. I'm just going to force you to do that. So, I'm going to go ahead and fire off a Tailwind and a Liquidation. Yeah, and I'll just do some damage with this Liquidation. Why not? Okay. Okay, that's fine by me. Alright, we'll Liquidation Mousehold one more time, and then I will Hurricane Annihilate. Okay. Annihilate probably feels like it wants to knock out, okay. A Double Protect doesn't really scare me. Really, we're not moving the board any which way. And with the Double Protect now, okay. So my idea here is I want to knock out Annihilate pretty quickly. Water Terror doesn't really do anything for me. And Steel Terror doesn't do anything for me either. So I'd be down to Liquidation. Liquidation into Annihilate. And Flying Terror Annihilate. Now I might be hitting the go button pretty fast here. But I do feel like this definitely helps us out. Just to guarantee I get the KO here. Okay, well, they're gonna let me get this. So hopefully this double up. Okay, well, that's enough to knock out Annihilate. And we get the Super Feint on Pelipper as well, but... Alright, an Iron Bundle comes out. Booster Energy, okay. And we are looking at Speed, okay. A couple things we need to be mindful of. Last turn of Rain. And last turn of Tailwind. So the opponent most likely is going to try to double protect here. In that case, I don't care about... I think I'm going to go Rock Slide on both. In case you don't protect. And I'm going to go ahead and switch out Pelipper with Golden Go. So I can still maintain some speed advantage. Yeah, I figured as much. You're going to try to outstall this. Yeah, I don't care. Perfect. Yeah, no, that's a great call out. I do need to watch out for Freeze Dry or Ice Beam. But luckily, I figured the opponent was thinking, let me try to stall out my opponent and go in that route. Alright, so Rain might stop and Tailwind might be over, but I'll have a pretty strong... and I can reset my speed with Dreadnought, searching in Pelipper, and I'll just fire off a Make It Rain here. And then that way we can, yeah, I think the problem was they invested a lot in the Annihilate Mousehold, and it's pretty passive right now. So we can use this Drizzle. Alright, so we do get hit with that Freeze Dry. I think losing Pelipper at this stage is not a big deal. I'll take that. Alright, so that does a decent amount of damage here. Alright, and now we can bring Dreadnought back in. Alright, and it looks like it is going to be Flutter Mane. And we got Dreadnought. So, I guess the question we need to ask ourselves is Flutter Mane, we don't want to miss. Our side has a chance to miss. If Fluttermane is Choice Scarfed. It could be. We don't know. But I definitely want the Make It Rain to be as powerful as possible. Okay, that's a good sign. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with the freeze dry. Okay. Yeah, so unfortunate here. Setting up the rain did work against me. And that Booster Energy Iron Bundle is definitely a tough cookie to break through. We knew that Fluttermane protected. So we can Make It Rain pretty safely here. And I think we should Salt Cure Fluttermane. Iron Bundle protects. That's huge. I'll take that any day. And that's perfect. Yep, Fluttermane's down to Focus Sash. I'm okay with that. We have to deal with the Shadow Ball, though. And that is enough for a one-hit KO. This is not going to be pretty. Alright. If I preserved my Terra Water, I could have gotten a little bit lucky here. But, alright, it ain't over. It ain't over. We just gotta be mindful. I actually want to see if you do have that water move. What water move do you have? Okay, he did show me the Hydro Pump. Alright. It's now or never. They hit the Hydro Pump. Yeah, my rain worked against us. Dang it. Great call, Dax is right, yeah, the Freeze Dry. And really, Booster Energy Iron Bundle was really tough to break through, but great job from my opponent. I'm trying to think if there's any other way that would have made that battle easier. I think me tearing that early hurt in the long run, obviously. Because then I couldn't use it with because that would have been the win condition. You tear it Garganacl, but I really did want that KO on Annihilate, and I went for it, so. Don't regret it. But yeah, I think if I replayed it, if I knew that I could knock out Annihilate without the Terra, then that would have been the way I played it. Excuse me. Alright. So, we got Chi-Yu, Chien-Pao, Iron Hands and Bundle, Amoonguss, and Fluttermane. So, whew! All the Paradox and all the Ruin Pokemon all at once. So, besides Amoonguss. Garganacl can work. It's really... Oh, Garganacl actually works really well. It's positioning it, right? So, like, it's great against Amoonguss, great against Chien-Pao, great against Chi-Yu, great against Fluttermane. It's mainly the Iron Hands it's not gonna like. And Bundle, it can kind of work through. Water offense might not be necessary. Yeah, I don't like Dreadnought in this. I'm cool with... I like Golden Go. I don't want to set up my own rain, actually, so... I would be okay with, like, a Golden Go Chien-Pao lead. And then from there, depending on what my opponent brings out, like, figure out the switch-ins from there. So let's go that way. Iron Hands is going to be a huge threat. We just need to be mindful to be able to deal with it. But if Iron Hands stays in early in the game, then we can easily just use Trick, which will be helpful. So let's see what we got. We got Iron Hands and Bundle coming out early. Okay, my Sword of Ruin activates. And we got Booster Energy, Poppy Speed, right? Okay, so Bundle will outspeed Golden Go regardless. We want to use Protect. Yeah, we want to use Protect for now. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to Power Gem this Bundle right here. Yeah, I figured Fake Out was going to be coming out. Okay, Icy Wind I'm not too worried about. Because if I can get this one-hit KO, then I think we're going to be in a really solid spot. I'm going to switch out gold and go anyways. Perfect, okay. Woo! There we go. Knocking out Bundle early is really nice. Yeah, so that's Iron Hands, the paradox form of Hariyama. No worries. All good, COD. All good, my friend. Alright. So we got the turn 1. You got good motion. We just got to figure out what's the next move. How we're going to do the rest of the game here. So this is where things get a little bit tricky. As Fluttermane comes out, then we're going to be in a little bit better spot. Alright, so it's Qian Pao coming out. Okay. So opposing Qian Pao. So we could Sacred Sword their own Qian Pao. And then switch out into Farigiraf, potentially. Yeah, I don't think we're not going to knock out their Iron Hand. So if their Qian Pao protects, then I'll switch out and I'll bring in Farigiraf. Endgame Golden Go it will look really strong. We just need to position it. Okay, they don't switch out, and they bring me. I bring them down to Sass, which is perfect. All right, I'm a fan of that. All right, and they retaliate with their own Sacred Sword. They bring me down to Sass, and then they just Thunder Punch. Okay, and then I get my Citrus Berry up. So I should. Sacred Sword. Alright, hang on. Should I use Sacred Sword? You could switch out to Fluttermane. You could switch out to Mungus. You can switch out to Chi-Yu. So I'm going to use Ice Spinner just in case. I'm going to Dazzling Gleam both. Okay. Yeah, I figured it would try to go for the whole Protect shenanigans. No biggie there. Okay, so Iron Hand uses Drain Punch, and it's actually faster than Farigiraf, so that's helpful to note. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Okay. Let me Sacred Sword their Qian Pao, and I will Ally Switch here. I might lose both Pokemon this turn, but we'll see what happens. Oh, they Sucker Punched anyways. That was the worst idea. Okay. Alright. So I'll lose my Qian Pao here. So this could be either really good or really bad. And this is what I mean by that. If they have Fluttermane, it's good. Okay, it's good. Never mind. The reason why I said that was naturally Fluttermane might attack, and so what we want to do here is, yeah, we want a Helping Hand, and we want to make it rain, and just hitting hard as we can. Oh, I'm an idiot. Good as Gold prevents that. Well, we both did a dumb thing, but you know what? It's okay. It's not enough to knock out Fluttermane, unfortunately. Okay, and then I would imagine Iron Hands is going to go for something like Wild Charge? Thunder Punch. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. No, I got paralyzed. We don't like to see that at all. Alright, this puts us in a very awkward spot, because my Terra is water. If it Terra Grass, it would have been a different story, but... I feel confident in... This is going to be really tough. I'm just hoping I can still have speed. I feel so bad. It was not a great... I'm trying to think, what could I have done differently? I like the Ally Switch. Maybe it was a little bit too fancy. If they were just sucker punching, right? So that could have been easy enough to just, I didn't have to care about it. Yeah, Dazzling Gleam comes out. This is gonna be a hard one to come back from. And it wasn't, and Drain Punch is already doing enough. Ugh, that was terrible. Alright, okay, my video's back on, but, man. But it doesn't matter, because I'm not gonna outstall it anyways. The Thunder Punch paralysis definitely did us in. It definitely did us in. I think it just accelerated it. I think it would have been harder to come back anyway, so. Good game, good game. We unfortunately just weren't able to clinch it out. And it's like 2 losses in a row? Dang. Okay. Alright, so reflecting on that battle and what we could do better, let's see. I liked how we dealt with the Chiyu. I think that the ally switch was a little bit too fancy. We didn't need that. What's up, Apollo? How you doing? Great to see ya. We unfortunately lost 2 battles in a row, but maybe, since you're here now, we can turn things around. Our goal of getting top 1%. I remember telling people at work that, and we're like, nah, we ain't gonna do it, but... Oh, no, I lost 3 battles. Dang, I lost 3 out of 4. This is not great, but that's okay. You know what? We're gonna figure it out, and we'll be able to advance further. Alright, so this is interesting. So we have Trev has Meowscarada, Annihilate, Chien Pao, Dowspun, King Gambit, and Golden Ghost. So, looking at this, funny enough, Garganacl does look pretty good, decent. I think the one thing I need to be mindful of is that Meowscarada. I don't naturally have bug-type moves. I do have Flying, and I could use Golden Ghost Choice Scarf to help out, too. There's also Furgraf, and Furgraf does have, like, I think what Furgraf has that's nice is the, Dazzling Gleam with Fairy Terra. That could help. Chien Pao has Fire Terra. I have Grass Terra and Dreadnought, so that can help me get away with a few things. I could do that. I'll lead with Dreadnought and Pelipper just to put an immediate offensive pressure, and then I'll bring in Garganacl and Golden Go in the back. Yeah, I think that oh, dude, no need to apologize. Oh, by the way, how'd your procedure go? Hope that you're feeling better afterwards. But yeah, I think that if I had to change up this team a little bit, I might not go with the rain mode as hard as I am now. And yeah, the Water Terra on Garganacl is kind of nice, but there's definitely some conflicts that exist with that too. So, I'll have to, I think we're going to revisit choosing Water Terra there. Alright. Yeah, it looks like my video keeps on freezing. The gameplay is fine, but the video itself, there's a little bit of slowness to it, which is something. Okay, so Meowscarada, Chien Pao lead. How do I want to deal with this? Now, Meowscarada, I probably could knock out one turn with Ice Spinner, which would be helpful. I don't know if I need a Terra immediately. And then how do I want to deal with... Okay, so I think I'll just split my damage for now. So I'll use Hurricane, and use Ice Spinner on Meowscarada. Okay, so naturally... Yeah, I don't blame you. It's definitely a time to game there. So, luckily, Meowscarada wasn't Choice Scarf, Focus Sash or anything, so we got lucky there. We had to deal with the Sacred Sword, but we'll take that. Honestly, I'm very happy with how that played out. And we get the confusion on top of that, too. Man, I am mean. Let me tell you. Alright, let me see how to fix my camera a little bit, because I know, yeah, a couple of y'all called out it lagged a little bit. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and deactivate the webcam for now, and I'll reactivate it in a second. Okay, so it is reactivated. Alright, so it looks like a little bit better there. Let's try that. Okay, so we have King Gambit. King Gambit probably is going to Sucker Punch. So I'm going to take this opportunity to use Tailwind. And then I will... Liquidation their King Gambit. Oh, they decided not to Sucker Punch. Be mean. Let Smirks come out to play. Yeah, I could. Oh, and the King Gambit actually wasn't... Alright, so we're going to have to deal with an Icicle Crash. we take that decently well. I'll fire off this Tailwind, so that means I get an outspeed going forward, and then King Gambit just uses Brick Break. Alright. Totally fine by me. Alright, we'll bring in Golden Go. Alright, and let's double check the field state. So, Steel Terra could potentially work. I think I need to be mindful of Annihilate, so I don't want to just commit it immediately. Let me go ahead and Hurricane Chi and Pal, and then I will go ahead and just use Make It Rain on both. Okay, Chi and Pal does snap out of Confusion. Sucker Punch? Yeah. That was the one thing I should have had a better counter for. Yeah. Now that I think about it, I should have just Terra'd. Because this is pretty easy. King Gambit's just going to use Kowtow Cleave. And I get knocked out, right? Yeah. Thinking through that, Trick could have worked as well. And I think that would have been a better choice here. So, we're going to bring in Garganacl. Now, nice thing is, Garganacl is pretty bulky. So we can use that to our advantage. And then Dash Bun is the last Pokemon. Okay. So, here, I would like to Water Terra. I will Salt Cure, and I will fire it off on King Gambit. And then, really, it's just like, can we be bulky enough to deal with Dash Bun? I think that we can beat Dash Bun. But, man, I think I was a little bit too sloppy. I should have respected Sucker Punch, and I did not respect that at all. Okay, well, Play Rough doesn't do too much there. I actually outsped King Gambit, so... But yeah, I'm pretty sure Brick Break, right? Yeah, Brick Break, okay. Alright, well, we take that like a champ. So that's good. I am actually curious why they chose Dash Bun in this matchup, in particular. But knocking out King Gambit's good. And then we get to Salt Cure Dash Bun, and then we'll go from there. And then it's Protect, Recover, and you basically just want to stay as bulky as possible. Because Dash Bun, I don't think has a natural way to boost up his defenses. Okay, Dash Bun is actually going to Terra. Terra Fairy would make the most sense here. Yeah, to get the most kick out of your Play Rough. Okay. Yeah, I respect that. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. That's a great call-out. Crunch is interesting. I guess they were worried about missing with Play Rough. But yeah, I can definitely see... That's a great call-out, Apollo. Maybe they felt more confident with Dash Bun against the opposing Chi and Pao. Right, and so that might be why they chose it. But Crunch didn't do much even with that crit, which is nice. And then Dash Bun is going to take some Salt Cure damage. Tailwind is over, but didn't make a difference. And then there was no leftovers, so we get to go ahead and fire off this Protect. I can definitely... Yeah, I think that might be a good call, maybe against the Chi and Pao. Yeah, the opponent's going for Crunches just so they don't miss, which actually works for our favor. Because without Play Rough, because Play Rough miss, yeah, but you do more damage overall, which is what hurts the most. Because, yeah, I'm just whittling away at Dash Bun, and I'll be able to win this. I'm confident I can win this 1v1. Here, if I get crit, then I get my HP back. So, yeah, that's the thing about Garganacl. It's like, yeah, there it is. See, that's the Play Rough. So, it could be a flinch or a lower defense. I can definitely see that. Where it was trying to lower my defense before it got that Play Rough in. So, luckily with that Protect, though, or with the Recover, I'm getting all my HP back, right? So, I'm pretty comfortable here. I get to kind of... The turns are a little bit in my favor, but I am playing against crits. I'm playing against defense drops, things like that. So we just got to be careful here. So. But luckily, too, and that's why I'm maximizing my leftover recovery. So yeah, there's Play Rough again. And we gotta just slowly but surely wait till Salt Cure is done. Daspon could also have like a Pinch Berry. It doesn't seem like it does, but it could. Alright, so here's another Play Rough. Oh yeah, the max special defense, max HP. It's a fun build, it's really good. But yeah, Play Rough isn't even a 2-hit KO, so I think we'll be okay here. Okay, play it safe. What do we want to do? I think I can Salt Cure and then Protect. Even with a crit, we should survive. Ooh, Double Edge! It didn't do anything, I'm so sorry. Sorry about this. I literally Salt Cured you again. And that was enough for a knockout, but yeah, I was just trying to accelerate the battle a little bit. Is there a base stat total cap for these? That's a great question. From a base stat total cap, there is none. It's just what Pokemon are available. So you can play any Pokemon except for Miraidon, Koraidon, and the Pokemon that are not in the Paldea Index, like Typhlosion. But yeah, it's mainly just EV training, and then it doesn't matter what level they are, they all get set to level 50, regardless of what level. So even a level 1 will get to 50. Yes, I do too. Yeah, great job. I appreciate the opponent for trying their best. I think that the play rough strategy was what they were trying to do. Crunch to try to get defense drops and then play rough was the right way to play it, right? And so, yeah, shout out to my opponent. They did a great job of trying their best there. All right, let's see what else we got here. So, oh, this is interesting. We are fighting against all 3 Paldean starters, Umbreon, Sylveon, and Golden Go. So, looking at this, Rain offense still looks pretty strong, right? I mean, we clear Skeledirge and the rest of the group really well. Excuse me, I think the main thing I need to be mindful of is Meowscarada, but if you're not Focus Sash, then I get the KO on you, and that is honestly great. Priority, I don't really need to worry about too much. Yeah, I think this is another... Yeah, I think the same way that we played it. Golden Go, Pelipper, Golden Go, Garganacl, and Dreadnought, Pelipper with Golden Go and Garganacl in the back. Yeah. If you lead with Meowscarada, then I'm in a good spot. But if not, then, I mean, I'm going to do a decent amount of damage across the board, so... Yeah, I think the main... Yeah, and I think one of the challenges with this team, too, is that Rain kind of feels anti, like, Garganacl tech, which can hurt. Alright, so we got Golden Go and Sylveon versus Pelipper and Dreadnought. So not leading with the Meowscarada immediately. Okay. Hydro Pump feels okay, but I think I like Hurricane better on Sylveon. I can also use Tailwind to just give Pelipper a better speed boost. And then I will fire off a Liquidation into... I could fire off on Sylveon or Golden Go. I'm going to use Tailwind, and then I will fire off a Liquidation in Golden Go. Alright, we're going to see a Terra pretty early. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. It definitely is one of those things that you have to be in a good spot for, you know? Okay, so Golden Go is just going to Terra Steel, which is not bad for me. I'll take that. I get to go first with this Liquidation. Not in a one-hit KO. And I fire off a Tailwind, so I was actually faster than Golden Go. I didn't need that. Dang it. Oh well. Alright, so this Make It Rain is actually going to be pretty powerful. Oh, Dreadnought barely survives. And then Sylveon's going to use Hyper Voice, right? Alright. Dang, okay. I think me investing in the Tailwind was not necessary at all, which kind of hurts. But we do know Golden Go... Okay, so we'll switch into Garganacl, and we'll bring in our own Golden Go. Alright, before we commit anything. Yeah, we need to be mindful of Meowscarada. So, I'm not going to Terra quite yet. I'm going to go ahead and fire off a... Oh, you know what? I can use Wide Guard. And then I can trick Sylveon. Oh, Metronome. Oh, that's interesting. And a new Shadow Ball, too. Oh, that does a lot of damage. Wow, the opponent outplayed me the entire way. Great job. That's a one-hit KO, isn't it? Golden goes out. But I'm out too. Yeah, this is not a fun one to lose for sure. I think my problem here was I was too passive. I should have just gone for the jugular. And that's honestly gonna hurt me. Quaquaval comes out, but at this point we don't have enough firepower. Quaquaval is gonna survive this even with the Terra. Really well done. I did not expect Shadow Ball from Sylveon, but a great move to have on it. So props to the opponent for recognizing that for sure. But yeah, I definitely played this one pretty sloppily, in my opinion. So I'll knock out Sylveon, but at this point, it's way too late to come back. Oh, I didn't even knock out Sylveon. Jeez. Okay, well, great job from my opponent. I think that the way they ran Golden Go was really cool, especially that Steel Beam. I like that tech. Knowing that I already outsped Golden Go, I think that was the problem. I just didn't know the speeds, right? And so, if I had to replay this, I think the way I would have played it was still same leads. I did feel confident in that, but just double up on Golden Go, right? Go Liquidation, go use Hurricane or Hydro Pump, and just knock it out. And then we can deal with Sylveon later. And I think we would have been in a lot better spot there. But, yeah, unfortunate. It was just the wanton amounts of damage. And I personally didn't respect it. So, that was on me. So, yeah. That was a really cool way to play Golden Go. Props to my opponent for finding that way. I really did like that. Alright, Viola is our next battler here. What does Viola have here? So, Viola has, Slitherwing. That's really interesting. We have Corviknight, Wuchien, Fluttermane, Iron Bundle, and Qianpao. Now, Wuchien lowers attack, so we just need to be mindful Dreadnought's not going to like that matchup at all. But we can get away with some of the special attackers we have on the team, too. So, alright, let's think about this. How do we want to approach this? Now, I like Pelipper later. I don't want to use Pelipper immediately, because if Iron Bundle comes out, Iron Bundle is just going to be a monster to deal with, right? So, I'd feel confident. I kind of like Ferrograph a little bit, yeah, actually. Especially with the Dazzling Gleams, you know, so that could work out. I kind of like Qianpao Golden Go. And then using either Garganacl or Ferrograph, depending on what my opponent leads, to kind of come in. So we'll go that way. I realize I did drop the Pelipper, but I think it's okay. The main problem I'm going to have is Slitherwing. I don't really have a great attack against it, right? So I think Pelipper, if the opponent sees Pelipper, my hope is that they recognize that and try to back away from using Slitherwing. Because, yeah, if you look at their team, Wuchien doesn't like Pelipper, and neither does Slitherwing, right? And so I'm hopeful I can capitalize on that. Maybe they won't win it. Wuchien, though, would be a good match. Garganacl would be a good match. Would enjoy fighting Wuchien, though. So we are going to see Slitherwing and Iron Bundle. Yeah, so they were predicting potentially Pelipper, which is why I didn't want to immediately bring it out. Okay, Sword of Ruin comes up. Yeah, we got the whole Cork Drive coming in here, too. Okay, first things first, let's go ahead and... I feel like the best thing is we're going to Protect. And we're going to go ahead and Power Gem this Iron Bundle. Get it out of the way. Oof. It decided to Protect right now, which is not great. I don't like to see that. First impression. Okay. One way we could have played that around that as well was bringing in Ferrograph, but I think in this case it just doesn't make sense. You don't know if I'm choiced or not right now. I don't really have a great switch in except for my own Ferrograph. But I guess the question is, now that you know I'm going to use Power Gem, would you stay in, right? So, feel like it's definitely a possibility, because you can use, any safe switch-ins, Power Gem? Not really. Alright, we'll go for it. I think the main thing is you would have to predict, and yeah, I might be eating up a bug-type move, but it's just the way that it goes. Okay, so you target down Golden Go. I survive. I'll take that. So we get a knockout Iron Bundle. And then I'm assuming U-turn, right? Yeah, I just didn't really have a great switch in. Alright. Alright, Wu Qian comes out. And the attack of my Pokemon go down too. Alright. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire off a Dazzling Gleam. I'm going to switch out Golden Go to Garganacl. Seems weird, but I don't think that you're going to fire off a fighting type move into the Garganacl slot. Well, that's a really cool... I like that tech a lot. Increase your speed, okay. And we get Snarl off. It's not too bad. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. And then Wu Qian is leftovers as well. Okay. I think now I want to ally switch. And I definitely want to Salt Cure Slitherwing. Kind of put it on a timer, you know? Nice thing is the defense drops actually help me out. Yeah, and Snarl doesn't do anything. I don't care. Alright, the question is, do I think that +1 Golden Go outspeeds +1 Slitherwing? My guess is yes. So, the way I want to play this is, I want to Terra Steel and go ham. And I'm going to Salt Cure the Wu Qian slot. We'll go that way. And eventually, if we can take away Wu Qian's, okay, I'll take that. Not ideal, because if I did Salt Cure Corviknight, then I would have gotten a very helpful Salt Cure off. Let's try out this Make It Rain, though. Let's see how much we can do here. A decent amount. Oh, that Avoid is actually pretty clutch, not gonna lie. Okay. I'm gonna Salt Cure the Wu Qian slot. Alright, feel like it's appropriate to Salt Cure Corviknight. And I do want Golden Go to stay around, but this also means that it is open to being hit by Corviknight. So I'm not a big fan of how I'm playing this for sure. Alright, so yeah, Ruchien switches out. That just felt pretty obvious, you know. Alright, and we got Tailwind coming in. So now the question begets itself. What do we do? Do we... Alright. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to Salt Cure Slitherwing. I'm going to Ice Spinner the Corviknight slot. Yes, First Impression will come out, but Slitherwing can only target one, and I have Focus Sash still intact, right? So I'm trying to bank in on that. Ooh, that's a KO already. That's huge. That is huge. We can use this to our advantage. Perfect. Slitherwing has to stay in with the Salt Cure. That was a big turn, yeah. And I think us saying, you know what, we're going to commit with the Focus Sash was big. Perfect, okay. I think we just need to wait one more turn. So double protecting here makes the most sense. And then from there, we will double target Ruchien with all the attacks. So we want to protect here, protect one more time, and we'll go from there. Oh, and they just forfeit! Ah, dang! Yeah, Corviknight's tough, in this generation especially. I mean, in the last generation it was tough, but man, this one, because the power dynamic of Dynamax is gone, yeah, it can be really tough with, like, Tailwind. It's a great Tailwind setter. It has great attack. It's very defensive, so it can be a really... and especially, too, against Team Lu. But, yeah, I felt like the opponent could have played that a little bit longer, for sure. But, yeah. Man, that was lucky. I'm so glad we found our win condition there. And really, that turn of, like, we're going to commit with holding the Focus Sash, and we'll go for it. And knocking out Corviknight, that was huge. That was absolutely huge. Getting off that big Salt Cure really put us back into... it swung that battle back into our favor. Especially when I incorrectly did Terra. Shouldn't have Terra then. But that's okay. Alright, Midori, what do we got for us? So Midori has... oof, this is a scary team. Talk about Corviknight. We got Corviknight back up. We also got a Moongus, Great Tusk, Iron Bundle, Chien-Pao, and Fluttermane. So, okay. I definitely am worried about the Great Tusk with Chien-Pao or Corviknight. It definitely seems like they have the ability to set up with their own Tailwind. But yeah, I think that the challenge with Iron Bundle is just that it's going to have booster energy. And then that in itself just outspeeds everything, right? And so that's one of the tough things about dealing with Iron Bundle. That being said, there are ways that we can counter it. And I think one way that I can do this is using Farigiraf Golden Go. So I don't have to worry about priority. And then I can immediately do something like Make It Rain, plus another move. I think that will definitely be helpful. From there, what do we do next? Yeah, I don't think Rain Off... see, and that's the thing. Like, there's a certain point where Rain Offense just doesn't help me out anymore. And I think I'm running into that. Now, Dreadnought can do... I think Dreadnought could be decent against Great Tusk with Terra. But at that point, wouldn't both Chien-Pao and Garganacl accomplish similar things, too? I'll bring in my own Chien-Pao. I think lowering the defense of my opponent would be helpful. But yeah, I think in retrospect, kind of redoing this team, I think what Pelipper and Dreadnought want to do, Iron Bundle already does it with booster energy stuff, right? So at this point, there's no point. You know, I can use Icy Wind on my own, you know. And that opens up another free spot for another Pokemon. Alright, so it does look like it's Corviknight and Great Tusk immediately, which isn't great. Yeah, funny. But this is gonna be kind of tough. So yeah, I don't have any safe switch-ins. All right. I think the idea here is just to make Corviknight be useless. So we're gonna do that. Alright, I got a Citrus Berry. Alright, and then we're gonna have to deal with Earthquake, which isn't great. I like how Farigiraf's head just keeps on bobbing up and down with Corviknight. Alright, Body Press. And I eat my other Citrus Berry. It's hilarious. Okay. Well, now we know that Corviknight's stuck on Body Press. There's some advantage to that. Alright, I will go ahead and use Dazzling Gleam one more time. Yeah, here's the tricky part, because I definitely want to... Yeah, I think I just make it rain here. Yeah, I don't have a safe switch in, so it just did not make sense. The safe switch in would have been Pelipper. Alright, no worries, Dax, I appreciate you lurking. Yeah, and we got the Body Press going on. We survive, which is fine, but... in the grand scheme of things, we're not looking so hot. Alright, let's take a look at something. So, Outsped... okay. So, Chi and Pao can definitely outspeed, which is helpful. Use that to our advantage. Let's go ahead and use Ally Switch, and then I will use Ice Spinner on... Great Tusk. Alright, so we get the KO on Great Tusk, which is nice. But I guess now the question is... where do we go from here? Right? I mean, look how many resources we had to burn just to knock out Great Tusk, right? That was not great. There you go. I will say, I think the big... yeah, okay. Oof. Not looking so hot on my end. Alright, so we have Garganacl. Here's how I think we should play this. We'll protect Chi and Pao for now, and we're going to Salt Cure their Corviknight. Yeah, I'm going to Salt Cure Corviknight. They decide to Terra. Okay. Into Fairy Terra. Makes sense. You want to do as much damage as possible with Fairy Terra. Okay. So, Fire Terra, Chi and Pao will actually look pretty strong here. But we just want to make sure that we're figuring this out appropriately. Alright, so Dazzling Gleam. And we can actually, nice thing here is that we can actually use, Salt Cure. Or, not Salt Cure, we can use, yeah, I figured as much. I survive, which is good. Okay, so the way I want to play this is actually use Ice Spinner on Corviknight and then Wide Guard on both. Perfect. If I can knock out Corviknight here, then I can 1v1. Well, it's not going to be a 1v1. And knowing that outspeed is helpful. Yep, I prevent the Dazzling Gleam from going off. I figured as much, right? Alright, and we get a knockout Corviknight. But the problem is, they got 2 fully healthy Pokemon, and my Pokemon are pretty low on HP. So we gotta see how we're gonna play around this. And it's, of course, it's Iron Bundle. I mean, your Iron Bundle, naturally, boost your energy. There you go. Alright. Yeah, and I feel like that's the thing we should have brought on our team. So, I'm cool with Ice Spinner on Flutter Mane. Man, this is tough. You definitely want to knock out Flutter Mane, but I also want to recover, right? So I'm going to recover in Terra Water. I feel like at this point it's going to be a tough one, for sure. I mean, Iron Bundle naturally is going to have Freeze Dry, let's be real, but if I can survive 1 turn, then I think we got this, but yeah, this is not looking pretty. That is what I want to see. We got the crit! What? Oh my gosh. If you had to ask what was the turn, like, how did you win this, it's literally this turn. I wish I didn't Terra, though. Terra was the worst idea, though. But that's okay. Now it's just a Sacred Sword and Salt Cure. I figured as much. That's fine. Sure, you might have gotten away with, like, okay, well, if I didn't Salt Cure, then I could stay in long... I could have... Oh, that does a lot. Was that a crit? That was a crit as well. Yeah, okay, never mind. Salt Cure is gonna... I think it does 25% every turn, right? So I just need to survive 1 Freeze Dry. Oh, I win next turn. I just Protect. Whoa! I honestly should not have won that one. But we did it. We found it. And it was the turn that Iron Bundle said, hey, I'm going to Protect. And at that point, I was like, I can't beat it. So I need to go focus in on Flutter Mane. And I'm so glad that we did. I think the one way I could have better played this was not tearing Garganacl at all. But, I mean, I just didn't have a good read on if Iron Bundle would Protect or not. So... that was awesome. Great battle from my opponent. Yeah, that Protect definitely did hurt him. But Midori, that was fun. That was awesome. That was a fun one. I was happy to have that one for sure. Woo! That was a tough one. Okay. Yeah, and I think the rain part, I used to enjoy rain teams. They were one of my favorites, but nowadays it's really tough. And I think Iron Bundle is the answer of what I was trying to accomplish with rain, of having strong speed control. And I think... now that I think about it, I definitely say I would have choose Iron Bundle instead, and that gives me more opportunity to say I can have more defensive Pokemon, offensive Pokemon, not having to rely on the Pelipper Dreadnought combo. So that's how I would change this team for sure. Gothitail would be kind of fun, things like that, but yeah, I think Bundle. Alrighty, so this is very interesting. I've seen variations of this team. I think this is like a national regionals winning team. But we have Arcanine, we have Chien-Pao, we have Palafin, Amoonguss, Flutter Mane, and Kingambit. So, looking at this, most likely they might not want to bring Arcanine, just because, sure, helps with Dreadnought, but also too, like, Pelipper enjoys dealing with it, and so does Garganacl, right? And so those are 2 Pokemon that I can effectively use in this. With Palafin, I do need to be careful, but if I position Garganacl just right, I can deal with Palafin. They don't have natural speed control outside of Chien-Pao. But they might be wary of clicking the Sucker Punch button. Okay. I do like Farigiraf and Golden Go. I think I want to lead it. Or I don't want to bring in Pelipper. I don't want to boost up Palafin even further. So, I'm cool with... wait, you know what? They could bring in... Kingambit pretty early. So I'm going to go with Chien-Pao Golden Go with Farigiraf and Garganacl in the back. I will say that, yeah, there's some times I'm like, I wish I had a better setup against some of the Pokemon, you know, but I think it's fine for what it is. Alright. Yeah, and like Farigiraf can switch in on some moves, which isn't a problem. I think the special attack, I will say this. If I had to redo this, I think the special attack investment is garbage. I don't actually need it. Alright, so. Booster energy. Alright, this is important. Speed was heightened. Okay. Do I need my other Terra? Ooh, I don't know. I might need a very unique Terra type, which is... You know, I'm going to go ahead and Sacred Sword King Gambit. And I'm going to put in Farigiraf here. I think one of the challenges right now is that I might need the Water Terra type against Palafin. Now, Palafin didn't lead, so it might be that Palafin's not going to even come out to play. Which I'm hopeful that's the case, but let's see what happens here. Alright, so we're going to see a pretty early Terra. Is this Terra Fairy? Flying, yeah, great call out, so you can avoid Sacred Sword. Fluttermane protects, which is great to see, actually. Kind of. I don't do much. But the problem here is that Fluttermane can easily just click Dazzling Gleam, and I think it outspeeds Chi and Power, if I'm not mistaken. 205, 149, but plus. Yeah, that's the problem. Because it's Dazzling Gleam, right? But if it's not Dazzling Gleam, then I'm okay. Alright, I'm gonna try this real quick. Highly doubt I'm gonna get anything off, though. Because, like, yeah, wouldn't you just use Dazzling Gleam and be done with it? So I mean, it's the most used move on Fluttermane, right? Why wouldn't you use Dazzling Gleam? That's huge. That's huge. The fact that I got away with that is huge. That's fine. You know, at this point, I'm not gonna complain. Oh, that's funny. The names automatically change. It changed after Intimidate because of my ally switch coming in. I will happily take that any day of the week. Okay. Now. What their last Pokemon could be Palafin, could be a Moongus, and could be their own Chi and Pal. And I think to that, I'll use Hyper Voice, I'll Terra Water, and I'll go after... I'll go after King Gambit for now. Yeah, I mean, out of anything I could have gotten, that Protector is great. They committed their Terra to Fluttermane. And Booster Energy's gone. So I actually outspeed with Golden Go now, which is great. That also helps out a lot, too. Alright, so we're going to see that Flare Blitz. Yeah, it's fine. And plus, Arcanine's taking recoil damage, which is helpful. Yeah, Surance might knock out Farigiraf, but I think in the long scheme of things, it's okay. Uh-oh, looks like we got some lag going on. Okay, we're back. Alright, so we're going to knock out King Gambit here. Alright, this is where our troubles start a little bit. Arcanine's on the field still, right? And so it's pretty easy for Arcanine just to click that Flare Blitz button and go ham. I am playing a little bit behind, but we got... If anyone can pull it through, it's definitely Garganacl. Amoonguss is coming back in. Okay. Alright. This is going to be tough, because it's natural that Arcanine is just going to Flare Blitz into Golden Goal. So what I want to do, I wanted to Power Gem Arcanine, right? I feel like Power Gem would definitely be helpful. But I definitely can see Amoonguss just using Rage Powder. Using Rage Powder means Make It Rain would do some decent damage. Yeah, I'll be down for that. Like, say, hey, you know what? I don't actually care about Arcanine. I'll do that. Oh, you stayed in. Because wouldn't Arcanine just target down? Yeah. So, this is kind of unfortunate. Because I think if I called that out, I could have just used Power Gem. Okay. Pollen Puff, yeah, that's a good way to circumvent problems. But we get to fire off the Salt Cure. Your Covert Cloak! Dang! Okay. That's fancy. I did not anticipate that. Dang, yeah, Power Gem would have been the move then. Okay. Because then Arcanine's out, and then it's just Flutter Mane and Amoonguss. Amoonguss doesn't do anything at this point. Other than Pollen Puffing, right? So, dang it. Okay. I was thinking about that too, but I don't know why. I think I was like, oh, maybe they'll switch in Flutter Mane, or what was the long end, but really, the long end of it was I shouldn't have cared as much about Amoonguss or Flutter Mane. So, yeah, well done by the opponent. I think they expertly played that well. Arcanine just fires off a Flare Blitz, doesn't do much. I think they were fishing for a burn, right? Yeah. But Covert Cloak Arcanine, that's an interesting one. And I made a mistake, actually. Oh, no, the King Gambit was the one that Terra. So there was a Terra. Alright, so we definitely want to Salt Cure Flutter Mane. If I Salt Cured the Amoonguss slot, I think it would have been in a little bit better spot. But, alright, Arcanine switches out, which is fine. Here comes Amoonguss. And, yeah, I think it's just like, it's going to be a Revolving Door Pokemon. Amoonguss is at full HP. I gotta deal with this Moonblast. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one. We'll play it to the end. Maybe if the opponent makes a mistake, but it's gonna be pretty tough. Man, yeah, clicking that Power Gem button, that would have been it. We would have gotten Arcanine out of the picture, and we would have won from there. Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't actually see a path to victory, just because Amoonguss pretty much gets to Pollen Puff till Kingdom Come. And you can even switch in Arcanine anytime. I'm not doing enough for a crit, but Covert Cloak Arcanine really tripped us up, so great job by my opponent. Yeah, man, there are a couple battles today where it's literally just down to that last move of, oh, if I clicked it, I could have won. So, trying to think. Yeah, both of those times it was the KO is right in front of me. So I think I should go for the Juggler a little bit more. I will say that. I will challenge myself. If I feel like I see the win condition and I can go for it, just go for it. You know, don't hold yourself back. No second guessing. We can do this. So, yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind going forward as we get into these next battles here. Man, today is a lot more losses than wins, which kind of stinks, I'll admit. But, you know, it's been over a month since I played battling in Pokemon, so I don't blame myself. 12,000, though. I wonder how many people competed. You know what? I think that'll be the thing. If I can get to 4 digits, then I think if I can break through 10,000s. Alright, we have Leafeon. Oof. Torkoal, Chi-Yu, Oranguru, Fluttermane, and Garganacl. This looks like a very deadly team indeed. I do not like seeing Leafeon at all, but it does seem like we do need to bring some weather control up in here, which is not ideal. I don't like the idea if I had to play this weather war, but we got no choice. Looking at this, I don't like Dreadnought. I mean, sure, I can Terra Grass, but Terra Grass also exposes me to Torkoal and Chi-Yu, right? So that's the problem. I don't like Golden Go as much. Torkoal and Chi-Yu feel, and if I don't get in a good spot, then I can really lose out. I like Furgraf, kind of. Yeah, this feels weird. I just don't have, like, great Pokemon as a whole. I could do this, where I leading Garganacl is interesting. Furgraf's ability is not going to help me out at all, right? That's not the thing I'm needing it for. It's literally... If that's the case, if Furgraf's ability doesn't help me out in the slightest, or Ally Switch, yeah, it's not going to help me out. Too many spread moves. I think what I can do is I can lead Dreadnought and Chien-Pao. And then from there, say, Pelipper and Garganacl. We'll go with that. And Garganacl, Terra Water actually helps out. It is a nice little Sun team up in here, yeah. It is. They got some nastiness going on. And I also have to be mindful that Sun is also going to help out their own Fluttermane too, so it's one of the tough things about it. Alright, so we are going to get Torkoal and Fluttermane pretty early on versus Dreadnought and Chien-Pao. Now, pretty straightforward. I'm pretty sure my opponent's going to predict I'm going to switch out, right? And not speed, right? It is speed. Okay, yeah. Then, naturally, I'm just going to switch out. I know it's predictable, but I need to go fire it off. I'm going to go off with a Rock Slide, actually. Because if we look at what my opponent can switch into, it would be Chi-Yu, it would be Oranguru, it could be Garganacl, and it can be Leafeon, right? So, kind of want to hit everything. So I'm going to switch out. And this is so predictable. It is 100% predictable. It is the safest play I could ever think of. But you know what? We're going to go for it anyways. Torkoal protects, which isn't bad, but... Alright, we get the Rock Slide off. Does decent damage. And Dazzling Gleam. Ah, come on with the crit on Torkoal, on Dreadnought. That's not fun. Alright, we're going to fire off a Liquidation into the Fluttermane. And we're going to switch Pelipper right back out to Chien-Pao. Because I don't want to lose the Weather War that quickly. Yeah, and Pelipper just taking that much damage early on hurts. Alright, defense is going down for everyone. Torkoal switches out. Yeah, I predicted that. I'm not a fool. And Leafeon comes out. Okay. And we get a knockout Fluttermane. That's nice. Alright. And Chi-Yu comes out. Okay. Alright. Now, here's what we need to ask ourselves. This is the big question we got to ask ourselves. What is the opponent going to try to do to mitigate things, right? Are they going to protect Chi-Yu? Are they going to protect Leafeon? Are they going to switch Leafeon Chi-Yu or Leafeon into Torkoal? And we got to figure out that part of it. Now, I don't think Dreadnought is needed to win the rest of the game. So I'm down to hit this Rock Slide, and I would actually like to protect for now. Alright, so Chi-Yu is going to switch out for Torkoal. Question is, what is Leafeon? Who's it going to target? Yeah, okay. I figured it not worth trying to switch in Pelipper and lose the Weather War immediately, right? So, cool. And we saw the Life Orb. That's helpful to know. We can now bring in our own Pelipper. And here's how I'm going to play this. I'm going to have Pelipper use Hurricane on the Torkoal slot, and I'm going to have Chien-Pao use Ice Spinner on Leafeon. Okay, there's a Terra. Would it be Terra Fire? Terra Fairy. Okay. Still a stab move, so it does decent damage. And we get the confusion on top of that too, so I'll take that. Alright, now if Torkoal goes for something like Heat Wave, or I think even Eruption at this level will KO. Oh, that confusion! Yeah, Terrifier. Yeah, there's definitely a pun there, but yeah, it might take a little bit to find it. But that is huge, the confusion. Okay, so we get to target, here's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to target Leafeon with Hurricane, and then I'm going to Sacred Sword the Torkoal slot. Protect, right? Okay. Alright, we're able to knock out Leafeon. Things are looking great for us. We got weather control. Now the question is, can I beat... Oh man, this is a tough one though. It's not over though. It's not over. Because Chi-Yu, I think, outspeeds Chien-Pao. If not, then I think we're going to be in a good spot. I don't think Torkoal is going to be that big of a threat. So I do actually want to target Chi-Yu with this Hurricane. And I want to protect for now. I don't want to lose against something that I was not anticipating. Okay, so he uses Dark Pulse. Crit on top of that, but... I don't think that's a big deal right now. And we get Eruption. Okay. Yeah, looking at this, none of my Terras are going to make a difference. I could Wide Guard. And I feel like Salt Cure is going to be our best bet. And then I'm down to Sacred Sword Chi-Yu. Yeah. Wide Guard would have been disastrous. I think Torkoal knows Earth Power, right? Yeah. Alright, that does decent damage. But I move first. Alright, we noticed that, right? So we can use this to our advantage. And let Chi-Yu slowly but surely lose its HP. That's going to be huge. And, in fact, we can actually use the Water Terra to be just neutral. So we'll play it that way. Right? Just let the opponent kind of... We'll just let it seep in a little bit. Dark Pulse, though, is a little bit scary because it does have that flinch chance. Something we want to avoid. Rain's over, but fire-type attacks at this point make no difference. They're not going to go for it. Okay. It's not going to be enough for a KO at this immediate moment, but we can at least recover. Okay. Woo! It's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take a little bit out of us to get here. And luckily we didn't have Ghost Terra, because Ghost Terra, this matchup with Ghost Terra, not great. We got the recover off. That's huge. No flinches. Okay. And no special defense drop either. Okay. I think I get it pretty quick. Alright, very soon. Either this turn or the next turn. Alright, there's that Dark Pulse again. And we got Earth Power one more time, yeah. Luckily, too, Earth Power is not super effective anymore, which is helpful. Okay. Come on, Garganackle. Ah, dang it. I just needed one more tick. Alright, we have to hit this recover. Please, no flinches. No flinch! Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it. Perfect. Woo! No flinch. We were definitely in a tough spot there, but man, getting that Salt Cure and knocking out Chiyu that way was so big. Oh my goodness. Alright. Yeah, and then we can just fire off a Salt Cure. Okay, I think we just win in this turn. Yeah, I know. That was... Garganackle is the one that pulls through the win, man. Let me tell you. And I think preserving that... two things. One, saying, like, look, Heat Wave, it's not coming out. I don't want to use Wide Guard. And two, just saying, like, let's preserve our Terra to literally this very end. That made a huge difference. I was not a big fan of how much we had to play Weather War, but I think identifying that Dreadnought did its job knocking out Fluttermane, and we can knock out the rest with Garganackle. Let's go, Garganackle! Oh my goodness. Daxman, this is a Daxman Garganackle. That's the specific name for it, because we caught it doing the Daxman stream. Whee! That was a good one. Thank you, Apollo. I appreciate that. That was a good battle. Whew, there are a lot of different moving parts. I don't know. I'll have to reflect later, but that was a great battle. Hey, we're so close to breaking the 10,000s. We only need one more win to do it, so I'll take that as a victory for sure. All right, let's see who is up next. It is Arthur. Arthur, what do you got for us? Arthur has Garchomp, Palafin, Garganackle, Pelipper, and Torkoal. Interesting. And Fluttermane. Okay, so I think it depends on what they want to play as, right? So if they wanted to say, hey, I want to enable Fluttermane, I'm going to go with Torkoal. If I want to enable Palafin, I'm going to go with Pelipper. One thing to note is that their team feels weird up against with Garganackle and Water doesn't feel great. I've ran into that too, but they could have an interesting Terra type. And then Garchomp is interesting, right? I had to look up what Chien-Pao's base speed is compared to Fluttermane. That's the thing, I don't have that information. Farigiraf actually looks pretty good here. I think Farigiraf has a good opportunity to hit with spread moves, things like that. I like Golden Gold for everyone except for Torkoal and Garchomp. So how do I deal with those two? I like Chien-Pao a lot. It's just Torkoal, right? Once I figure that out, then it's good. That's a tough one. I think I'll go for a similar mode of operation. Dreadnought, Chien-Pao with Garganackle and Pelipper in the back. Yeah. Pelipper can still do some good things. Like, I can set up my own Tailwind, which is helpful. And they don't have... Now, they have Fluttermane for speed, but they don't have... They have speed control with Fluttermane, but they don't have... super effective, or like Follow Me or anything. Okay, so they send in their own Pelipper immediately. So that's good for me. Alright, question is, Is Garchomp gonna immediately tear? Because if the answer is yeah, Garchomp's gonna immediately tear, I don't want to run into that and get in trouble. So I'm gonna go ahead and protect for now, and I'm gonna use Rock Slide. If you tear Fire or something, then I'll deal with that later. You just protect. We take that. And I confirmed I'm faster now, too. Okay, we bring you down to Sash, and you set up Tailwind. Okay. Yeah, now the question is, with Tailwind... Alright, do you outspeed... Garchomp will outspeed Dreadnought for sure, right? So I'm confident about that. I think I can withdraw Chien Pao and go for my own Pelipper. And I'll Terra Grass. Do I want to Terra this early? It's Palafin that I need to watch out for. Okay. So, yeah, I'll switch you out, go for Pelipper. And then I'll go ahead and fire off a Rock Slide. Knocking out their own Pelipper early will be helpful. And then I can actually stagger Tailwind as well. Oh! I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with that as much. That kind of sucked. To be fair, though, I don't think there was anything I could have done to prevent that fully. So I'm not, like, upset. I'll use White Guard for now. And I'm going to target Garchomp with this Ice Spinner. And then we can knock out Pelipper, and we can go from there. I think once we get rid of Pelipper, then Tailwind is gone, and I get Speed Control back in my favor. Alright, now they're going to Terra. Dang it, then I could have gone with Liquidation. That would have been a little bit stronger. That's okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Liquidation would have been the one-hit KO, though. Yeah, I got Rough Skin. And you're going straight after Garganacl. Terra Water would have helped me out. Alright. Yeah, the offense that Garchomp had at the beginning of this was really hard to break through, I'll admit. And us not knocking out Pelipper hurt. You got 2 turns of last turn of Tailwind. So I'm down to Protect. And I'm down to Terra Grass so I can survive. And then... I definitely want to make sure I knock out Pelipper. So let's go ahead and use this this Ice Spinner here. Oh, did I not Terra? Oh, well... Oh, I got really lucky that used Rock Slide instead. That was pure luck. Because if I... Yeah, I got really lucky. Because my thing would have been like, oh, I'll Terra Grass and then immediately go after Garchomp, but... Alright, okay, it's Palafin. Okay. Rain still going? Oh no, I got one more turn. Palafin most likely is going to switch out of Protect. In that case, I do want to target Garchomp with this Ice Spin. Oh, I don't actually want to hit you with Ice Spinner. Who else can you bring in? Your own Garganacl, your Torkoal, or your Fluttermane. So let's chop the Palafin slot. And I will Liquidation Garchomp. I figured Garchomp would want to Protect here. Terra Water would have actually helped us out. Rain's over. Yeah, none of my Terras. Yeah. That works. That means that Palafin can't switch out. And yes, I know I had to take rough skin damage. Yeah, I think if I... No, I would have taken too much from Rock Slide. It was the turn I got Jet Punched. If I did Terra Grass, that would have been helpful. Terra Fire doesn't help me out with GM Pow at all. But yeah, us being able to punish Palafin without being able to switch out is great. Now we have Flutter Mane. So what we want to do here is we want to knock out Flutter Mane as fast as we can. So let's go fire off this Ice Spinner. Would Ice Spinner or would... Yeah, they're about the same. Right, so... It doesn't make a difference. Yeah, your Jet Punch is not going to be enough. We did it! Oh my goodness. And Jet Punch, I think outside of a crit, can't win. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not as worried about that. Alright, let's go ahead and fire off one more Throat Chop. Oh my goodness. Woo! That was close. And we won. Yeah, us punishing the Palafin and not being able to switch out was exactly what we needed. And we got it. We got really lucky. I definitely could have played that a lot better, I'm not going to lie. But hey, you know, I think trapping the opponent with Palafin was perfect. And that's exactly what we needed. We were able to outspeed Flutter Mane and get that KO immediately, and that helped out too. So, yeah, I think that if I replayed that, I think the way that I would have replayed it was the turn that I used Garganacl. Hey, we got the 7,000s. Let's go. The turn that we used Garganacl's Wide Guard, I would have used Terra Water, Wide Guard, and then attacked with Liquidation, knocking out, or knock out Pelipper before it even attacked. And I think that in itself would have gotten us in a really solid spot. Alright, so we have Sylveon, Ceruledge, Amoonguss, Arcanine, Batcalibur, and Screamtail. This is going to be a pretty interesting one. Whew, I don't know. We have some Trick Room shenanigans that could happen, especially with Ceruledge. What Ceruledge will want to do is set up Trick Room, and then use those Bulk Ups and use the Bitter Blades to really power through. So, looking at that, I don't think Golden Go's looking great, unfortunately. Despite the fact that Batcalibur, Screamtail, and Sylveon all scream, let's go beat with Golden Go. Because Ceruledge and Arcanine are in the mix, it's going to be a lot harder. We could find a way. It's just going to take some work. I don't like Chi and Pao as much, actually, so I'm going to say no to Chi and Pao. Garganacl does look pretty good, so I'm down for Garganacl. I think what we should do is just go with Pelipper Dreadnought, use Garganacl, and then we could either use Farigiraf or we could use Golden Go. This is a good call out. Do we feel like more offense or defense is going to be necessary? Farigiraf has Dazzling Gleam, doesn't really help. Ally Switch is not going to help with it. You know what? I'll go with Golden Go. I know, it's not great. I guess the only thing would be Arcanine's Extreme Speeds, but even then, at that point, I don't think it does anything. If it's Ceruledge versus Garganacl, yeah, Garganacl does decently against Ceruledge, right? So, okay, so we got Batcalibur and Jigglypuff. Alright, Screamtail versus Dreadnought and Pelipper. And I'm Terra Steel. Yeah, defensively, it doesn't help me out. So, I'm curious if I definitely want to target the Hurricane on Flutter and Screamtail, and then fire off a Liquidation. I guess you could use Earthquake. but that'd be pretty rare. So let's just target Screamtail down. Oh, dang, that defense. And you fire off a Reflect. Okay. Screamtail. Hey, what is going on, Lucellos? Great to see you, man. What is the actual score right now? I think I have more wins than losses for now, which is good. But I'm not doing as hot as I'd want to, which isn't great. Alright. I think at this point, I can fire off a Hurricane into the Baxcalibur. Oh, you know what? I'll fire off a Hurricane into Screamtail, and I'll fire off Rock Slide into both. Okay. So, yeah, I think I've had 11 battles, 6 wins, 5 losses, something like that. So, not doing too bad here. Alright, decent damage. And we get to fire off this Hurricane into Moongus. That's actually pretty nice. We get a knockout on a Moongus. I will happily take that. That is great. And then, yeah. Doing a lot of damage on Screamtail and doing some chip damage on a Moongus. Knocking out a Moongus, doing a good amount of damage on Screamtail, and doing some chip damage on Baxcalibur. I will happily take that. I think here now, I feel very confident just going into Golden Go. Oh, this is great. We're doing a great job so far. Alright, so it is Arcanine coming out. So I guess the question is Arcanine going to tear into something? That I don't know. Or is it Baxcalibur going to tear into something? I don't know. So I'm going to target Arcanine with this Hydro. Oh, you know what? Hit Baxcalibur with the Hurricane. And I'll target Arcanine. I'll target Baxcalibur. I know it's Screamtail, right? I'll double up into Baxcalibur. Yep. I figured as much. It's like, there's got to be a Terra coming out somewhere. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So, unfortunately, the Hurricane won't do as much. But, at least I did Shadow Ball. And I love to see the Protect. At least we're going to be doing something today. Probably AV, if I had to guess. Yeah, it's definitely AV. Alright, so we have to deal with an Earthquake. Unfortunate, but I think at the end of the day, not too bad. Alright, let's go ahead and Hydro Pump the Arcanine slot, and I will Shadow Ball Baxcalibur. Not a KO quite yet, but we can get there. But we got this Hydro Pump coming out, and that's just a clean KO on Arcanine. Look at this. We're doing good work here. Alright, so we get the Terra Blast, and that's going straight to Pelipper. But I think at this point we're totally fine. I will say one thing that could have worked out for the opponent was if I missed my Hydro Pump. That would have been devastating for them. But yeah, we got really lucky here. Didn't miss the Hydro Pump. And now we got Screamtail, the last Pokemon out. So I think at this point, I definitely feel down to Salt Cure Screamtail, and I'm going to go ahead and Shadow Ball Baxcalibur because I know outspeed. And no need to Terra on either. It doesn't really do any benefits for me. Yeah, that would be the way to throw this game away, because Baxcalibur could easily use Terra Blast, and I don't want to risk a Terra Blast on a water Garganacl. But this was pretty high offensive. I think the problem was Baxcalibur didn't have as much offensive as it wanted to in defeating my team, so that really helped out. The Amoonguss switch in was such a big turn. That really was just so nice. Alright, so we get Ice Shard, but Ice Shard is not doing anything at this point, just how much damage it does, so that helped out a lot. I didn't have to worry about it. I knock out Baxcalibur, And now it's Jigglypuff or Screamtail versus the rest of the team, which it can't do. It can't beat it. Sucks up Light Screen, but at this point it's too late. I will say if it did get, let's say it did get the KO, I think at that point, I would have gone with this Salt Cure, and then I would have easily have won from there. So yeah, no need to play it fancy. We can just protect, and then we'll use Shadow Ball. But good games from the opponent. Yeah, that was a great battle. Woo! Let's go. Awesome. See, that's the thing. And I will say that. You just got to keep on playing, and then eventually you find your stride, and you just keep on going up. So, that was awesome. Great battle. Yeah, the Amoonguss KO really just helped out so much, and yeah, Screamtail didn't have really much offensive pressure, and saying, hey, I'm going to predict Arcanine's going to protect, I don't really care at this point, and I'm just hitting back Caliber. Yeah, I will say, like, it was a bummer I hit Hurricane on that slot instead of Hydro Pump, but honestly, in the end of it, it didn't make it too big of a deal. Yo, 5,000! Let's go! I did not anticipate to get there, but we're doing it. So, 12 battles, we got 7 wins, I think 6 losses. We'll have to double check, but hey, we're doing a great job. Thank you, Lucellos. Appreciate you. Okay, now this is a pretty scary team. We got Slitherwing. Slitherwing's been coming up. I've seen a couple Slitherwings nowadays. We got Team, and it makes sense. First Impression's really strong, helps deal with the other Ruin Pokemon. We got Team Lu. We got Gambit. We got Ceruledge, Meowscarada, and Pokemon I haven't seen in a while. And we got Golden Go. So, looking at this, Rain offense could be helpful. I think the one problem is Dreadnought. That's why I picked Terra Grass. And it does help out with a decent amount of these Pokemon. I think it's just being mindful of when we want to use it. I like Garganacl. Terra Water could help against Slithering, but against the rest of the Pokemon, I need to be careful about Terra Water, especially Meowscarada. Chien-Pao does it well against Meowscarada, so I can use that to my advantage. Golden Go wouldn't want to deal with Chien-Pao so early on. I do like Dreadnought. I do like Golden Go Chien-Pao, actually. I'd be a fan of that lead. And then from there, Boon and Fergraph? I don't know. I do like Golden. I think Garganacl is important. And I like Pelipper. Alright, we'll go with that way. I think one thing that could help out too is having like a ghost Pokemon that's not necessarily weak against Dark. So like Spiritomb, honestly, might be an interesting Pokemon to use in this format. Fairy weakness, sure, but if you find ways to deal Fairy Pokemon well, or Poison Spiritomb, that's a great way, or Steel. Alright, so we got Meowscarada and Slithering already up and running. Alright, so with that, we don't want to immediately give Meowscarada a Sucker Punch. So, I'm down to Protect for now. If I had, you know what, that would have been it. If I had, alright, so we'll Protect with Chien-Pao, and I'll go with Pelipper. If we had Fergraph, this would have been a great way to counter this lead, of just like, winning Fergraph, and then immediately attack one of the two. Yeah, first impression, Sucker Punch? Oh, just U-turn. Okay. Cool. Knowing that, I'm going to switch out Chien-Pao for Golden Go. We're going to Hurricane one of these two. I think I want to Hurricane you. Alright, so we're going to have to deal with the U-turn. You are faster than Pelipper, so that's good to confirm. And then let's see, who are you going to send out? Yeah, I figured as much. I wouldn't get as much mileage off this Hurricane. I'm getting a Confusion. I've been really lucky with the Hurricane Confusions. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So they kind of took a little bit of a passive turn here with that bulk up. I guess the question here is, what do I do? What if I tricked King Gambit, giving you a choice scarf, because that feels awkward, and then I'm going to Hurricane here. Yes! Enjoy the choice scarf. And I think this was Sucker Punch, right? No, it's just Cleave. Alright, I unfortunately will lose Golden Go here. But this makes it a little bit easier for Chi and Pal to deal with King Gambit. Look at that, right? Perfect. Okay, now we traded their King Gambit. We traded their Slithering for my Golden Go. And then what are we going to get out? They got their own Golden Go. Okay. Terra Fire would be interesting. I like that a lot, actually. Terra Fire. Throat Chop into their Golden Go. Hurricane into their King Gambit, expecting a switch. Alright. Hey, no worries, Apollo. Yeah, dude, we got some really good wins. The last one was really impressive. It was a Scream Tail Back Caliber team. And then this one, we're doing decently well right now as well. But hopefully, we'll see what we can do here to maximize our damage output. So, King Gambit's actually going to Terra into Terra Fire Dark, which is perfect. Oh, we just knock out Golden Go. That's great. If King Gambit hurts itself in Confusion, this is going to be tough for it. Alright, no, it's able to get the Kowtow Cleave off. Alright, and we do lose Pelipper. But the nice thing here is that, because King Gambit is stuck using Cleave, Meowscarada has to make a pretty tough choice. Do I go after Garganacl, or do I go after Chi and Pal? So Chi and Pal can easily just Ice Spinner Meowscarada, and I can protect this turn. So, yeah, no, our last battle was pretty good. This one, still up in the air a little bit, but we're hopefully we can win this one. Alright, and we just knock out Meowscarada. That's perfect. Look at that. I am glad that the opponent hasn't had... Like, against Torkoal, that Confusion really did help us out. And the Confusion helped us out here, too. Man, Hurricane Confusions, man, that's been helpful. So, yeah, we can just Sacred Sword and Salt Cure, and that should be game. There you go. Perfect. Alright, it snapped out of its Confusion. But, yeah, this actually was a really interesting battle using Trick on King Gambit to take away its item, and then you have it stuck with Choice Scarf. So that was actually really cool. And just recognizing, hey, you know what, Golden Go, from an offensive standpoint, isn't going to be as helpful as use it defensively. And that really did help out, yeah. And then, yeah, us just getting that knockout on Slithering pretty early on, that was really great, too. So, another win in the bag. We're doing so great. I'm telling you guys, we got that momentum going. Alright, let me go ahead and turn on the light real quick, and then we will continue battling. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, we are back. We're doing more battles here. Let's go for it. Yo, 4,000, top 4,000, let's go. I was not expecting that. We got 2 more battles for the rest of the evening, though. I think it capped me at 15. So let's see what we can do here before we end the stream. Or if you guys want to hang out still, I might do some shiny hunting. Okay, this is really interesting. Luxray as the Intimidate Pokemon. But we also have Teen Lu, Flutter Mane, Cerulege. funny enough, on the two teams that had Tulas, I didn't see it come out. So I guess their rain has helped discourage it, which is really helpful. Amoonguss and Qian Pao. So looking at this, I might anticipate Team Lu to also take it easy with the rain offense, which is kind of nice. In that case, that means Luxray would be coming out to play. And we want to be mindful to say, hey, I don't really care about Luxray. So I think what I want to do is not lead with... yeah, I can use Garganacl and Golden Go. Do I need Dreadnought? I think the answer is no. I don't really need Dreadnought. And so in that case, if I don't need Dreadnought, what Pokemon would I like? Pelipper can help against Amoonguss, which is really nice. And Qianpao does decently well against Amoonguss as well. Yeah, I think that's how I'm going to do this. So I'm going to bring in Golden Go and Garganacl with Qianpao and Pelipper in the back. One thing to just be mindful of is if Qianpao has Sucker Punch, we got to work through that. But I think Garganacl, an early Garganacl might be helpful here too, of just discouraging some shenanigans that we might see from the opponent. We do need to knock out Luxray as soon as possible if we see it on the field. I think people are going to think, oh, it's not that strong, but it's, yep, alright. So we see it pretty early. Yeah, we got that Intimidate going on too. So here's how I'm going to play this. I'm going to say Team Lu is going to be Assault Vest, and I don't like that. So I'm going to use Trick, get rid of that Assault Vest, and I'm going to Salt Cure Luxray as well. Alright, you got the Choice Scarf. I got the Aguave Berry. Interesting. Take that decently well. Alright. Luxray is leftover. That's very interesting. So this Luxray is definitely built to be very bulky and last for a while. I like the idea of Snarl. Yeah, I figured it would be something very more defensive, but I didn't want it to stay on the field for too long here. Alright, with Golden Go, what can we do? Make It Rain doesn't make sense. I could use Power Gem. Shadow Ball also doesn't make sense. I don't want to give it your... Well, maybe I could give you an Aguave Berry. You know what? Might as well. And then I will go ahead and just Protect. Or Recover here. Take the Aguave Berry. Because then you don't have, like, consistent recovery. Okay. So Golden Go is knocked out. That's helpful. And it is Amoonguss. Okay. Nice thing here is that Team Lu actually won't be able to utilize Fissure effectively. So I don't have to worry too much about that. But I do want to knock out Amoonguss as fast as possible. So how can we do this knocking out Amoonguss? Now I could use Hurricane. Tailwind also is helpful here too. That means I outspeed Luxray. I wouldn't mind Hurricane here. You have Luxray. I don't know what your fourth is. That's the problem. Because I don't know what your fourth is. I don't know if I should commit the Terror right now. I guess I'll double up here. Okay. And it's back to Luxray. That's fine. Team Lu Terras, okay. And a Terra Water. Yeah, not Choice Scarf on Team Lu is actually going to be pretty problematic for it, which is very helpful for us. Yeah, I'm just worried about my late game damage against Amoonguss, and that's kind of where I'm like, I don't know. I think for now I'm going to go ahead and hit this recover button. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. Okay, that kind of helps me out. So, woo! We got a little bit lucky. The opponent's been a little bit more passive, and that's honestly helped me out. Okay, Team Lu switches back in, but I'm not opposed to that right now. I get the recover off. Yeah, kind of looking at this, I think I need just as much damage into Amoonguss as I can. So I'm going to go with Terra Earth. I guess the question is, like, would Amoonguss stay in, right? How many turns of rain do I got? 3 turns of rain? It's Luxray. I think it's Ceruledge, honestly. So I'm going to play it that way. And I'm going to Salt Cure Team Lu. Get some damage on it. I will say that I like Team Lu's terrestrialization because it's like the crystals coming out of the vessel, which is really cool. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. Cool. That was great. That was a great switch in. Yeah, I had to lose my... Yo, what is up, Daxman? Great call on... Funny enough, I was eating Chick-fil-A doing your stream, which is great. We are at Battle 13, and right now it is a pretty close-knit battle. We won the last 2, I think our last 3, actually, so we've been on a win streak for a little bit. But yeah, this is getting a little bit scary, but luckily with the... Alright, so we can, yeah, Ice Spinner the Luxray, and we're going to go ahead and Salt Cure Luxray as well. But we're doing decent here. Team Lu switches out. I don't care. I'm okay with that. And it's Amoonguss coming back in. Hopefully this Ice Spinner will be enough to knock out Luxray at this level. It wasn't enough. And the Aguave Berry that I gave it kicks in, which is funny. Golden Go did a lot of great things with tricking, but I figured that out. The confusion would be the problem that it had to deal with. That's why I was like, hey, you know what? I'll give it the Aguave Berry. Why not? Alright, so we have to deal with Volt Switch. It does a decent amount. And then if you bring in Team Lu, then I still get a chunk of Salt Cure damage off. I get the Salt Cure damage. Okay. It's quite possible that the opponent is going to try to bring in Luxray again. I just don't know what slot. I would imagine it might be the Team Lu slot. So if you're going to do that, you try to put Pelipper to sleep. Right, so I'm going to Protect. I'm going to Salt Cure Team Lu. It was Amoonguss I was switching out. Okay. The -2 isn't great. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Trying to use Fissure to try to get that KO. Rain's over, so I'll get it back whenever Pelipper comes back in, which is very nice. Okay. So at this point in the game, I definitely want to knock out Ting Lu. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to Salt Cure the Luxray spot. Because I don't want us to deal with Fissure Ting Lu. This is kind of tough because the opponent has kind of like worn us down, but we have also worn them down, which is helpful. Now the question is, like, can I get... Okay, well, I get Thunder Waved anyway, so unfortunate there. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to switch in Pelipper, but really, I think the idea here is if I can get Pelipper... If I can survive 1 Volt Switch with Terra Flying to get rid of the water weakness, then I think we'll be in a solid spot. And it looks like the last Pokemon is going to be Ceruledge. Okay. So, yeah, Pelipper is definitely looking in a solid spot here. Let's go ahead and Throat Chop their Ceruledge. Alright, you know what? I kind of want to deal with their Luxray if I can. So I'm going to Ice Spinner Luxray. And I will Salt Cure here. Okay, yeah, I figured Bulk Up's coming up, but I'm not too worried about that, just because based on speeds and things like that, I should be able to survive. I outspeed, and I'm able to get the KO. Oh, that is huge. That is huge, let me tell you guys. Alright, we're looking in a pretty solid spot here. Cool, and that means that I don't have to... Well, I could Terra Flying if it's a Moongus versus Pelipper. I think that's the main thing. And now, we know the Ceruledge is not leftovers, so it's stuck with the Salt Cure on the field. Alright, at this point, I think that my focus should be on Ceruledge. So, yeah, because one-on-one, Pelipper can beat a Moongus. So we're going to split our damage this way. And let's see what Ceruledge tries to do here. But yeah, Ceruledge being stuck with Salt Cure is huge. Yes, the Bitter Blade does a decent amount of damage. Unfortunate. But I think at this point, Chiampao did its job. I could have protected just to give me an extra turn. But yeah, Spore doesn't do anything. I don't have to worry about it. Okay. I probably don't even need to Terra Pelipper, because what I would want to do is just... Because I'm trying to think, like, one Hydro Pump I win, right? So Ceruledge would naturally want to protect itself, and if that's the case, then I can just Hurricane Amoonguss. I don't know if I want to Hurricane Amoonguss immediately. Well, if you protect yourself, then we're in a good spot. So I'm going to Hurricane Amoonguss. I'm going to Terra Flying Hurricane Amoonguss, and then I'm going to Salt Cure Amoonguss as well. Putting all my eggs in the Amoonguss basket. Because if I were Ceruledge, like, the only move you would be able to do is Shadow Sneak, right? You wouldn't think, oh, let me go Terra Fire on you. Yeah, I figured as much. So I'll just take that as an advantage of, like, let me try to knock out Amoonguss as quickly as possible. There you go. That's also one of the reasons I wanted to do Terra Flying. Yeah, I got the one-hit KO. We're good. Yeah, and then Ceruledge versus the other two, it's not going to even have a chance. So yeah, we just want a Hurricane, and then Salt Cure again, and we're good to go. There we go! Let's go! Another victory! But yeah, that was kind of the focus. Like, hey, Ceruledge was the problem. We want to focus it down. No, Amoonguss was the problem, and that was actually one of the reasons I did want Pelipper on this team, was to deal with Amoonguss cleanly, and that was a great way to do that, yeah. I think if I did change up this team, maybe a different Swift Swim user besides Dreadnought, but I'm not sure which one would work. My favorite Swift Swim users are not in this game. Like Kingdra! Oh, that would have been my boy. Look at that, a clean 2,936. Our last battle of the evening, I think it is. It will be, but let's see what we can do here. Oh, this is pretty interesting. It combines... It's definitely Hyper Offense. We have Murkrow, we have Dragon Knight, we have Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Golden Go, and Chien-Pao. So, one of the problems here is that Murkrow's just going to get up Tailwind. There's nothing we can do here. We're going to have to deal with Tailwind, right? So, if we're going to have to deal with Tailwind, I want to make sure that it doesn't make a big difference if Murkrow sets up Tailwind. I think that Garganacl is going to be a huge help here, right? So if Murkrow sets up Tailwind, and then Chi-Yu probably thinking, I'm going to use like Heat Wave or something, then Chien-Pao can just knock out Chi-Yu, or knock out Fluttermane with Throat Chop. So that can be helpful there. If I expect Dragonite to be leading with Murkrow, then I can use something like Salt Cure Dragonite, and I'll protect Chi-Yu. And then the next turn switch out, you know, things like that. So, yeah, let's go with Chien-Pao Garganacl. And then from there, I like Ferrograph. The question is it Pelipper, Golden Go, or Dreadnought? Dreadnought does not make sense without the others, like, without Pelipper. So then it's Golden Go versus Pelipper. Golden Go works well after Tailwind. Before Tailwind, Golden Go is a sitting duck. Pelipper does well against Chi-Yu, and that's pretty much it. So I'm going to go with Golden Go here. And I'm just going to say to myself, I know I'm lose. Yeah, I do see Dragonite leading as well. I'm not as worried about a Dragonite lead because I have Ferrograph in the back, right? And so I can use that to my advantage of like, okay, and what is Dragonite really going to do against Garganacl? Not much. So I can Salt Cure it, kind of chip it away at it a little bit, and then get the KO that I want, right? So, Sacred Sword is going to be huge, but we just have to, yeah. At this point, like what we're going to say, is the opponent for sure is going to get Tailwind up. We're just going to commit to that. We're going to go ahead and Sacred Sword Chi-Yu, and we will Wide Guard to prevent any Heat Wave shenanigans. So, I mean, I figured at this point, there's nothing I can do here. Yep, here's Tailwind. That's fine. But let's go ahead and knock out this Chi-Yu. Oh, it used Will-O-Wisp. Dang. Well, let's do a 2-hit KO. So I'm not opposed to this. I don't think this is a bad deal. In case I'm going to Sacred Sword Chi-Yu again, and you know what? And instead I'm going to split my damage. I'm going to Ice Spinner Murkrow, and I'm going to Salt Cure Chi-Yu. I figured that was coming out, so I didn't want to fall into a complete trap there. It doesn't do too much. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, we're doing a good job here. I think the opponent doesn't really have a way to deal with Garganacl, which I can use to my advantage. So let's go ahead and use Protect, and then I'm going to use Salt Cure on Chi-Yu one more time. So this was actually a really nice lead. Garganacl did a really great job here. Murkrow's not going to do too much. Yeah, I figured the Dark Pulse was coming out. Oof. That doesn't... the Life Orb. Okay, we protect ourselves, which is good. Please no flinch. Garganacl! I love you! We knocked out Chi-Yu. Perfect! Let's go! Alright, one big threat down. And we get some recovery with leftovers. Woo! Let's go. Tailwind is still active, but like I said, I told myself, look, I'm not going to be able to... Okay. I don't care about Dragonite for Garganacl. So, we're going to Ice Spinner... Alright, yeah, we're Ice Spinner Murkrow, and we'll Salt Cure Murkrow as well. That's fine. Oh, what? Was that a crit? Someone telling me a choice band. That did too much damage. That was way too strong. Okay, Tailwind's over, but the problem is I can just Tailwind again. I think Golden Go outspeeds Dragonite. Dang, man. Aw, man. I did not anticipate that to be a KO. But Dragonite most likely is choice banded then. So we'll use Dazzling Gleam. We'll Terra Make It Rain. Yeah. Oh, man, that's not fun. I think if I Terra'd Water that turn, whole different ballgame. Whole different ballgame here. But I did not anticipate the choice band. And Murkrow didn't, That's huge! This is a huge turn. I think we can win this now. Murkrow did not use Tailwind. Alright, so Dragonite's gonna use Earthquake. Look, I knew I was getting myself into that. 8 HP, whatever. And we knock out Dragonite. Whoa, that's a turn of events. Because, yeah, if they used Tailwind, it could have been that Dragonite would have outsped. But I think what was going on in my opponent's mind, I'm going to outspeed anyways. I'm going to go ahead and reserve that. Alright, well, it's still not over anyways. Because I, unfortunately, don't have a good way to... I have a very weird play. Which is the Ally Switch. I can only use Make It Rain. And then Make It Rain. Because Golden Go would want to use... Oh wait, this is dumb. Why am I doing this? I'm at so low HP, Golden Go's Make It Rain will automatically hit. So I should have just used Dazzling... I should have used Hyper Voice. I should have thought about that. So this Ally Switch is pointless. It does decent damage, all things considered. Yeah, that was so dumb of me. I should have just offensively hit Golden Go. Dang, okay. Yeah, Photograph winning this 1v1 is going to be tough. Yeah, and if I Hyper Voiced, then I would have at least done something. But, yeah. Golden Go just needs to Make It Rain one more time, and I think it's game over. Unless it doesn't, and then I get a crit on Hyper Voice or something, but I don't even think that's enough. Yeah. Single target and everything. Alright, GG's. Dang. I'm bummed. I think that is going to be our last battle, because we got a 15-day battle limit. But... yeah, I think it was the turn that Dragonite used. It was Choice Banded Dragonite using Earthquake. And I think that in itself did us in. And then that final turn, I could have better optimized it by using Hyper Voice. And then that would have helped us, like, push the tempo a little bit. But I wouldn't have survived that second one anyway. So I would have had to have gotten the KO right at that moment. So, in any case, that was fun. Let's see if it says it. Oh, I can still go. Let's do it. Alright, we're going to still do that. Yeah, you're going to buy a go. I feel like I have to at this point now. I got the Hisuian Typhlosion. Let me try to pull him over. It was a tough one for sure, yeah. I am proud of how we did against Chi-Yu. So I'll take that. Ooh, this is some old school stuff with the Armarouge Indeedee combo. Okay. Iron Hands makes this a little bit scarier for Pelipper, but I don't think it's impossible to win this. Iron Hands is just very... and I remember losing against one earlier today. The main problem with Iron Hands is that it just sticks on the field for too long. It's Assault Vest, all that good stuff. So, tricking it will actually help us out. And this Garganacl does not do that well against Iron Hands because of the Water Terra. That's the problem with it. That being said, I do like Garganacl a lot. I say that a lot, but it really is good. I don't know if I need Pelipper. I could use Pelipper. Yeah. Do I lead with Pelipper? That's a good question. I think leading Chien-Pao Golden Go might be our best bet here. And then from there, use Pelipper Garganacl. right? Because if you get decide the Armouge NDD lead, I can then double target NDD, right? I can use Make It Rain or Power Gem plus an attack, and I can use Trick, right? I don't care. Oh, it's Flutter Mane NDD. Alright, we got Psychic Surge up. And then you have the Special Defense boost. Okay. Booster Energy. Speed, right? Speed. Okay. Thing is, I don't think I need Chien-Pao to win this game. I'm going to target Flutter Mane with Chien-Pao. And, you know what? It could be that Flutter Mane protects and you set up Trick Room or something. Or Flutter Mane is one that set... Yeah. I'm going to target... NDD could also protect. Flutter Mane protects, NDD sets up Trick Room, Flutter Mane switches out next turn. So, we're going to do it this way. I'll target NDD, and I'll use Make It Rain. Yeah, I figured out Follow Me was coming out anyways. So, I don't really care. Because this is going to do... Oh, interesting. Oh, against Golden Go? Dang, I'm so sorry. That was a waste of a turn. Yeah, unfortunately the opponent forgot Golden Gold's ability, as good as Gold. That would have been a really clutch play, 100%. But because of that, I get a double KO right here. So, yeah, them forgetting that ability, it really puts them in a tough spot. Yeah, and they missed out that KO. I guess what they were thinking, another way they could have thought of this is like, oh, you're going to switch out Golden Go, and then I'm going to go with Thunder Wave, whatever you have coming in, right? So, still worked out in my favor. I think if they Thunder Wave Chien-Pao, whole different game. But, dude, that first turn, that was rough. Sorry for my opponent on that one. But I definitely can see what they were thinking if they were going to target that slot thinking the switch in was coming in. Okay, so Iron Hands is coming in. I don't really care. And then they have their own Chien-Pao. Okay, so what I want to do here, so it's not over yet. It's definitely not over. We still got some work to do. What would Chien-Pao want to do? Probably want to use a... Pelipper at this point doesn't do anything for us. So let's go ahead and switch up to Pelipper. This is going to be a little bit tough, because Chien-Pao... Yeah, it's mainly Chien-Pao that we got to deal with, right? Or it's Iron Hands is the problem, right? They didn't get Trick Room up, which is good, but we got to find a way to deal with Iron Hands, because that board can get out of control too quickly. And I think double targeting into it is going to be our move here. Okay, there's a Terra. That is very important to see. All right, we got the Terra pulled out. Cool. And is there Iron Hands? And their Iron Hands is going to be Steel. Okay, I got Sacred Sword, so I'm okay with that. Okay, we got the Sucker Punch coming in. Yeah, failed. I figured as much. And Drain Punch as well into the Chien-Pao spot. Cool. I think we double target Iron Hands. And then we go for Hydro Pump as well. I'm a little bit worried about committing my Terra. I feel like I can deal with Chien-Pao both with Golden Go and Garganacl. It's just that timing of it, right? Dude, if I trick Sucker Punch, then that would be a clutch. And then I can just trade with... Yeah, I can just wait till Sucker Punch power points go away. Okay, that's huge. I'm okay with that. I missed Hydro Pump. That hurts a lot. But this might be helpful, because what's going to happen... Yep. Alrighty. So we got something. We got something that can work. Chien-Pao can only Sucker Punch one Pokemon. So I'm going to double target the Iron Hands with both Sacred Sword and Shadow Ball. I think the one challenge, though, is that if the Sucker Punch goes off and they picked... Oh, Psychic Train is up! Okay, never mind. We both forgot Psychic Train was up. That helped out a lot. Alright, how many more turns? We got one more turn of Psychic Train. So, I'm going to go ahead and just Sacred Sword their Chien Pao, and I'm going to switch you out into Garganacl. Actually, that would have been, if Sucker Punch did go off, let's say Psychic Train wasn't up, and they hit Golden Go, then I would win. If it didn't, then it would be a tougher battle, for sure. I think that was the thing. But yeah, Psychic Train working against them, dang, that helped out a lot. We're basically going to trick Chien Pao into using Sucker Punch. Oh, well, in this case, it doesn't even matter. Cool. Alright. Because Chien Pao is already at Focus Sash, doing anything kind of silly, like, oh, let's try to use Trick and all that, it's going to be a little bit too much. So, yeah, at this point, we can just hit with 100% accurate moves, make it rain, and then we'll Water Terra Salt Cure, in case, for some reason, I need to, but I don't need to. It's not a big deal. But yeah, their Psychic Train worked against them, really helped out. But yeah, at this point, it's fine. Alright, and they let me attack anyway, so there you go. Knocked out their Chien Pao. That was a good battle. That was really fun. Yeah, I think it was that point of, like, I don't really care about... that first turn really hurt them, because them not remembering Golden Go's ability, and I'm just getting that KO, was just bloody. That was too good. Yeah, that was just really rough on their end. I feel bad for them, for sure, but yeah, it is how it goes. And then Iron Hands, like, being able to deal with that. Iron Hands definitely is tough. I feel like Iron Hands is really good in this format, for sure. If you're looking for a good Pokemon to use, Iron Hands does a really great job of countering a lot of things. Even against Teen Lu, because you can use, like, Grass Terra or something to get around that. But, alrighty, let's see who we're up against next. Oh, this is really interesting. I've seen ideas like this before. Bronzong super bulky, Rapska will use, like, Revival Blessing or some shenanigans. I can also see some, like, Parasan with Revival Blessing, like with Azumarill. I don't have Taunt, unfortunately, but this team seems pretty tough to break through, so we need to be mindful of that. I think slower on my end is going to be tough. I don't like Golden Go. I think Golden Go, this opponent knows about Golden Go, they're going to have ways to deal with it, so I say we use Chien Pao Farigiraf with Garganacl and Pelipper in the back. And the idea behind using Farigiraf is, Farigiraf can use, like, it'll help prevent Dragonite from doing shenanigans, right? So, that's what I'm hoping here. It's definitely a tough one. Definitely a tough one. I think Azumarill looks really good against my team. And then I don't want to deal with Rapska's, like, I'm using Revival Blessing shenanigans. I'm knocking you out quick. This is going to be a tough one for sure, but, yo, I'm so excited, dude. That one was tough. I did not anticipate us to get that one, but the Psychic Train really did help us out. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Alright, Bronzong and Wuqian pretty early on. There's GM Pow and Furgraph. So, we were in activates, we lowered the defenses, and we got tablets upping the upping their defense essentially. So, we can throat chop Bronzong. I would anticipate Trick Room to come up. So I'm down to do that. Just hit Bronzong. And then Dazzling Gleam. Oh, you know what? Helping Hand. Throat chop. Let's try it. Because I feel like what Wuqian is going to do is protect. Bronzong's setting up Trick Room and is going to go from there. So let's try to do as much damage as we can on Bronzong. And maybe that will be enough. Okay, Wuqian decided not to protect. That's interesting. Ah, we were close for the one-hit KO. Alright, we got the knockoff. And we do get Trick Room set up, unfortunately. Okay. It was a good idea. I like the idea. Unfortunately, you just couldn't execute on it. Rukunetsu will be okay in Trick Room. So I'm okay with protecting for now. And then Dazzling Gleam or Hyper Voice. Here's what I can do, actually. I can use Ice Spinner on Wuqian, and I will ally switch with Qian Pao. Aha! Okay. I see what it is. Ooh, that's actually very scary. Because you know what's happening? It's setting up gravity for Team Lu. Okay, that deals a lot of damage. It's good to know. Actually, the Leech Seed is worse on Furgraph just because it recovers more HP. Yeah, Team Lu is the problem. How many turns of Trick Room? We got 4 turns of Gravity, 3 turns of Trick Room. So we kind of don't want to get a KO immediately. We kind of want to just space it out a little bit, right? We want to avoid taking too much here. Okay, we're going to see a Terra. Who's this Terra coming for? Probably Wuqian. Fire? Water. Okay. I'm okay with that. I wonder what Hypnosis, right? Okay. So we want to switch in Garganacl on that slot. Yep, I'm slower than a Wuqian, which is good to see. And we got a Leech Seed on that slot too. Okay. Alright, we do want to knock out Bronzong. I think knocking out Bronzong is going to be helpful. So we don't get another Trick Room setup. Maybe Rapska can set it up again, but I'm okay with us trying to knock out Rapska afterwards. So let's go fire off a Hyper Voice here. Yeah, it's Rapska. I just don't want team... How many turns of all this shenanigans? 3 turns of Gravity, 2 turns of Trick Room. Yeah, I just don't want Rapska... I don't want Team Lu to get advantage of Trick Room and being like, fire off Fissure. You know, Dax has been firing off those Fissures. I know you! Found all those Fissures with your Team Lu. This is going to be tough, though. We can figure this out. Yeah, we got the Hypnosis. Okay. I figured as much. Alright, Furgraph is asleep. And we're going to get knockoff on Garganacl. I lose my leftovers, which isn't great. Yeah, Wuqian just stays on the field for a long time, which is not great. Last turn of Trick Room, and last turn of Gravity. Alright, 2 turns left for Gravity. I'm going to fire off Hyper Voice. I'm going to go against, yeah, Sulkir here. Alright, that didn't do too bad. That's fine. Furgraph's still asleep, unfortunately. And I think I have to deal with the Leech Seed coming out, right? Yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, Ruchien just stays on the field for a long time, let me tell you. That's a tough one to break through. Yeah, and us losing the, but it does a lot of damage with Salt Cure, which is helpful. Alright, Trick Room's over, so we want to make sure that we take advantage of that and knock out, Bronzong. So this will be pretty easy. I think targeting Bronzong feels pretty free. But then I want to switch out. Or do I want to switch out? No, I don't actually want to switch out. I want to recover first. I think one other thing we could have considered is Ice Spinner anyways, but that's fine. Bronzong decided to stay in. Yeah, this team is definitely very tough to break through, I will say. Water Ruchien is a cool attack, but... yeah, okay, I figured as much. Leech Seed coming out. I think it gets all the way up to full, if I'm not mistaken. I think the one thing I want to do is if I can get Wuchien just in... yeah, it's going to get to full right here, right? It's close to full. Yeah, but if Wuchien continues to have Salt Cure, then I outdamage it, right? That's the main thing. Gravity's over, which is helpful. So that means that your Leech Seeds aren't going to be as accurate. That is huge. We need to make sure we do that. And I think Pelipper also, because it has Covert Cloak, you can't knock it off, right? So I think that helps us out. Alright, so Teen Lu's coming out. Alright, how do we want to do this? We definitely want an Ice Spinner here. I feel like we need to try to target down Teen Lu. And let's go ahead and bring in Pelipper. It does a decent amount of damage. That's good. Yep, Ruination miss. That's huge. And then Fissure was targeted towards Garganacl. Alright, perfect. Wuchien won't be recovering as much with the left Leech Seed this time around. But I think the big part of Salt Cure. And if we can knock out Teen Lu this turn, we're going to be in a fine place. Now, Wuchien might want to switch out. And if that's the case, then I can have Garganacl come back in later and finish the job. I think I can get away with Hurricane. If Ice Spinner did that much. If Wuchien switches out, then Ice Spinner guaranteed KOs. Okay, Wuchien is going to stay in. Yeah, I'm glad I decided to stick with Hurricane. Alright, Teen Lu's out. That means Wuchien is stuck with Salt Cure. That's going to be huge for us. And then if we can get it to a 3v1 where Wuchien has to keep on using Salt Cure, I think we can win this. Yeah, it's gonna be this is a battle of attrition, but yeah, the Salt Cure damage adds up, let me tell you. And this is one of the reasons Garganacl is so good. Salt Cure, baby. Alright, who's the final Pokemon? Dragonite, okay. The opponent can still Terra. So I'm going to go ahead and switch out Chi and Pal with Garganacl. I'm going to fire off a Hurricane into Dragonite. And Tailwind doesn't really make a difference, so we'll fire off into Dragonite. Yeah, Ferrograph would have been really helped. Yeah, not quite Metapod versus Metapod here, for sure. But this is still tricky. If I can knock out Dragonite, I think we're going to be in a solid spot. Okay! Dragonite decides to stay in and just attack normally. And we got that confusion. We like to see it. That's huge! I did not anticipate that, but I'll take it. Oh! This is a good turn for us. Okay. Because Dragonite can't Terra, which is very helpful for us, it is going to be very weak against Salt Cure. I also am worried that Dragonite would use Earthquake at this moment. So we're going to go ahead and Salt Cure, because none of my other Terras make a difference. Terra Flying would make me stronger with my Hurricanes, but the problem is I can't depend on... I mean, Dragonite can easily just Extreme Speed anyways, right? So in this battle, we want to knock out Dragonite as quickly as possible. And I think we'll be all okay here. Okay, we get off the Hurricane. Here comes the Hurricane! Dragonite's still confused. Dude, the confusions came in clutch. And double Ruination misses. That's huge. Let's go! Ruchien now has to knock out 3 Pokemon. Now, it might be tempting to switch out Pelipper into Chien-Pao, but I'd rather kind of conserve my energy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Protect to prevent any Leech Seed, and I'm going to Hurricane. Because I kind of want the free switch in. Yeah, they canceled anyways. But the way that they would have been played, the way I was going to play that was Protect Garganacl, do as much damage on Ruchien as I can, and then have Pelipper get knocked out by Leech Seed. And then from there, just double offense to knock out Ruchien. So, woo! That took a bit. The Water Terror worked out to our advantage, so we could use Salt Cure and out-damage it, and us targeting around Ruchien was clutch. I was really glad for, I think the big plays were, the confusions did hurt, so I do apologize, you know, it stinks to, wow, 2,000, yo, let's go! I am so proud of us, look at that ranking. But yeah, it was really tough for Garganacl, it was definitely tough for, because Ruchien was Water Terror, and I think that really helped us out, and the confusions hurt too. Alright. With that, we got a pretty popular team here, and it looks really strong. We got Team Lu, we got Baxcalibur, Amoonguss, Fluttermane, Arcanine, and Palafin. Looking at this, there's no natural speed control, like they aren't going to use Tailwind or anything, but we want to be mindful of Palafin. I don't think that bringing Palafin, and that's one of the challenges, right? Pelipper's great against Team Lu, Amoonguss, and Arcanine. But man, yo, thank you for the hype, Dax, appreciate it. But against Palafin and enabling it, that's where it gets tricky. We could bring Ferrograph to help kind of mitigate that. If we get lucky like we did in the last battle, where Palafin's stuck on the field and not transformed, I think we'll be in a really great spot. We could get there. It's going to take some work. I think Chien-Pao Golden Go could be our lead with Garganacl and Ferrograph in the back. Do I need Ferrograph? I'm down for Pelipper. I think I definitely opened up myself to some trouble here, but I think we can make it work. Well, let's try it out. Alright, Palafin is automatically leading. I figured as much. So Palafin will probably use either switch out or stay in. We can switch out Qian Pal for Garganackle, and I'm just going to Power Gem their Arcanine right now. Because what Arcanine could do is like Extreme Speed plus Jet Punch, and I think with Garganackle, it can survive both. And then the Power Gem should do a lot of damage here. I think they're thinking pretty clearly about what I could switch into. Alright, so I'm putting in Garganackle. Palafin just protects, which I'll take. And I'll fire off this Power Gem. Not enough for a KO, but pretty close. And Will-O-Wisp comes out, but Purifying Salt, let's go! That was a great turn for us. Alright, we're going to go ahead and Salt Cure the Palafin slot. It would only be Teen Lu that you can switch into that could handle the attack. Okay, fine by me. Alright, I know 3 out of 4. So you got the Fire, Water, Grass Core. So, Garganackle's water typing is going to be huge for us. We need to be mindful of that. Mungus most likely is going to use Rage Powder. So I'm down to still fire off on an Arcanine like that, and I'll switch into Pelipper now. Because what I can do is now threaten the next turn. Hydro Pump. And once we pave the way getting rid of Arcanine, I feel like that's going to be huge for us. Like, we're going to be in a really solid spot. We know that Arcanine's not... well, the damage didn't indicate that it was... choice. It was an Assault Vest anyway, so... We're going to switch into Pelipper. Pelipper will threaten Mungus decently well here. Yeah, I figured Rage Powder was coming out. Like, come on. Yep. I'll take that like a champ. And fire off a free Salt Cure. Alright. So with this, I think I'm going to Salt Cure... I'll Salt Cure Arcanine. Well, if I get a double protect and then Mungus does something crazy, I don't like that. So, I'm going to Salt Cure Arcanine and our Hurricane Amoonguss. At this stage, Amoonguss will probably get knocked out with the Hurricane, so I don't need a Terra for that. And then when Palafin comes back out, Palafin's going to be like, oh, let me use my Water-type attacks. Enter Water Terra Garganackle. So hopefully we can use that to our advantage. Yeah, Arcanine switches out, totally fine here. So that's probably Teen Lu, right? Oh, no, it's Fluttermane. Amoonguss also switches out. And that brings in Palafin. Cool. It's kind of nice. I'll be getting some pretty good damage off. Yeah, that did a lot. Okay, this Fluttermane is a lot more defensive. But it could have been also that Garganackle... Oh, no, Garganackle didn't have a lowered attack. Alright. What do I want to do now? I could Terra. Water. Hit Palafin, be done with it. And then... if I get an attack off... would Pelipper be helpful to deal with Amoonguss? I think so. I'll protect for now. I don't think, yeah, in the long run, like, I think Arcanine can still be defeated. Like, if Arcanine can't 3v1, you know, that's kind of where I want to get at. Like, okay, we got this 3v1 going on. No switches, that's huge. And then if I Salt Cure Palafin, we'll be in a solid spot here. Yeah, because I didn't want to take too much from Dazzling Gleam. Ooh, Thunderbolt! Coming in hot with that. Okay. I'll resist this, which is helpful. Still took a lot of damage from that, let's be real. But luckily here, I'll automatically knock out Palafin. Big threat off the table, or it should get knocked out pretty quickly. Yeah, the Salt Cure is very helpful. It does look like Fluttermane is more defensively inclined. Okay, so Palafin will get knocked out next turn if I don't do anything. My fear is that if I let Garganacl get too many big hits, I'm going to be in trouble. So I'm going to protect with Garganacl, and I will Hurricane Fluttermane. If you decide to double switch out, then I get an advantage. If you stay in with one of the Pokemon, maybe protect, that would, yeah, Palafin's going to switch out. I figured it out. And it comes into Mungus. Okay. I think it's fine. I think the question is, like, we saw Thunderbolt twice. What was it trying to do with those Thunderbolts? So what was it trying to reveal to us? Because I feel like in this case, put in Golden Go. Using Salt Cure on Amoonguss, and make it rain. Because if you switch in Palafin, you're going to get knocked out. Arcanine is pretty low on HP anyways. Right? So those two things will help us out greatly. And I think that's one thing that we got pretty lucky here right now, is the opponent is pretty low on HP. We can use that to our advantage. Okay, Fluttermane switches out. Fine by me. And it comes down to Arcanine. I will say that, unfortunately, Garganacl is going to take a little bit more damage than I wanted to. Oh, and you know what? I can see it. Oh, it does a lot. But it's the, Pollen Puff. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. So if I targeted the Fluttermane slot, I think we would have had a little bit better shot there. Yeah. Rain's over, I'm coming. Yeah, I should have thought about that a little bit more cleanly, because then I could have targeted Arcanine with Salt Cure. I'll Salt Cure Arcanine, and I'll still make it rain. I unfortunately don't have, like, a safe switch in, wouldn't make sense with GM Pal. I'll keep them around as much as I can. Fluttermane switching out kind of indicates that it was choice. Okay, Amoonguss didn't switch out. That's helpful. Arcanine honestly might knock itself out here. That wasn't enough. I think Amoonguss is going to go for a Pollen Puff again. Yeah. Alright, this is a little bit tricky, right? Because, like, The opponent is low enough, but we gotta pick up these KOs like pretty quickly now. Alright. I think I got an idea. I'm gonna Salt Cure Amoonguss. I'm gonna Throat Chop Arcanine. I think what this will do is it will, if Arcanine switches out, then I'll get the KO on that Pokemon. And then I should get the KO on Amoonguss here, so it won't be annoying anymore. If the opponent double switches, then they really put them in a tough spot. And themselves in a really tough spot there. Okay, Amoonguss switches out. It's fine. Then I'm going to knock out Palafin right here. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. Woo! That double KO. Alright. Last piece of the puzzle. We got 2 KOs we needed, and knocking out Arcanine's huge. No more Intimidate drops or anything like that. I get to take full advantage of the defense drops. And now it's the question of Flutter Mane versus Amoonguss, right? Amoonguss comes back, and so does Flutter Mane. My guess here is that Amoonguss... Okay, so a couple things that could happen. Amoonguss could protect. Flutter Mane could attack. Flutter Mane's Thunderbolt actually looks pretty scary. So, I'm going to Salt Cure Flutter Mane, and I'm going to protect for now. Because Flutter Mane might have to go for a Dazzling Gleam, and if it does that, then I can use Wide Guard. Okay, and it was Fairy Terra. Alright. This is really tough. It's scary. It's not over yet. And obviously, Flutter Mane will probably get something like Pollen Puff. Okay, Rage Powder is fine. I'll take it. I'll take Rage Powder. Alright. Can I survive 1? I survived 1, which is very important. Okay. I haven't revealed this yet. They don't know that I have Wide Guard. And knowing Wide Guard will be enough for us to punish Flutter Mane. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the Wide Guard button, and I'm going to Ice Spinner their Flutter Mane. Oh my goodness, this took a lot of work. But yeah, the fact, I mean, max special defense, max HP, Guardian Knuckle. Y'all have to try it. It's my favorite set. It's so good. But yeah, we should be able to defeat Flutter Mane here with this. Amoonguss is on a timer. And if Amoonguss if Flutter Mane attacks and Amoonguss Rage Powders, then I knock out Amoonguss, and then it's pretty much game, set, and match. Because then I can just Ice Spinner. And even if Flutter Mane decides, hey, instead I'm going to Moonblast, I get 1 off because I have my Focus Sash intact. Fine by me. Doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay, Flutter Mane reveals it wasn't choice. Because I outspeed it. Okay. But we do know I outspeed it, so I should be able to... I should win. I think I should win, because Ice Spinner should be enough to knock out their Flutter Mane. So what we want to do here is actually recover, and then protect. Got him! Woo! They figured it out, too. Oh my goodness, that was a tough puzzle, but man, I think the turn that they switched in Palafin and I was able to knock out Arcanine with no extreme speeds or anything like that was huge. And then that first turn when they were doing that Will-O-Wisp strategy. Oh no, that was it. That was a Chi-Yu one, but that was a battle. That was a good one. Oh my goodness. 1,000 fit? What? I did not anticipate to get this high up there. Oh my gosh. Guys, we gotta get some hype in the chat. We're in the top thousands now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. Okay. Ooh. Oof. This is very Series 1. I would absolutely play this team in Series 1. Very Trick Room oriented. Very Sun oriented. It looks scary. But the nice thing here is that it's pretty Dark Weak. So we can use that to our advantage. One thing is that they can't use Hariyama naturally with NDD. Right? So if it's like Hariyama Hattering, we could take advantage of that. I don't think Chien-Pao's going to get the KO there. But we could use like Golden Go. Well, Golden Go Chien-Pao actually might be the lead we should go with. And then depending on how they respond, we can use Farigiraf. And, not Farigiraf. I would use Garganacl and Pelipper. Because if they have fake... If it's Hariyama, you can't use it with NDD. Right, because of Psychic Terrain. So that's how we can kind of play around that. That was a fight. That was awesome, though. I really enjoyed that. That was a good battle. That took work. That definitely took work. And us targeting that Palafin down and really wearing it down. Yeah, it was definitely a very defensive game. That Flutter Mane was a lot bulkier than I anticipated it to be. And I was honestly very worried that Flutter Mane was going to target Garganacl with Thunderbolt, but something told me it was like choiced or something with that switch out, so that helped out. Because Thunderbolt's a good move, but I don't think, yeah, if it wasn't a choice set, you would probably want to do something like Protect or Imprison Trick Room or something like that, right? So it was like, oh, why are you doing that? So. And it was nice to find out that Chien-Pao did outspeed Flutter Mane. Alright, but anyways, we got a pretty dedicated Sun battle here. We got to be mindful and make sure we counter that appropriately. So we got NDD and King Gambit. Okay. So, not too bad. I think one of the problems with this, though, is that it does open up King Gambit to immediately attack NDD. I don't want NDD to get Trick Room up. And I don't think Golden Go is needed right at this moment. Actually, you know what I can do is I can use... Yeah, because Kaltakuli is going to KO me anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and use... No, because then I just trick... Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I'm going to switch into Garganacl. Or, no, not Garganacl. I'm going to switch into Pelipper. And then I'm immediately going to... Oh, wait, no. Switching into Pelipper, bad idea. Garganacl. Immediately Throat Chop NDD. Because the thing is, I can survive at least one attack from King Gambit, and as long as I prevent Trick Room from going up, then we'll be in a good spot. Now, it's quite possible the opponent could protect their NDD and then just attack Chien-Pao, which is not a bad idea, but we're going to work around this. Alright, there were no protects. Dang, it survived. Yeah, I figured Cleaver's coming out. And it sets up Trick Room. Dang, okay, that's no fun. No bueno. Alright, bringing up Garganacl, though, is helpful. I think one of the problems I'm going to run into... Yeah, so I'm going to Salt Cure NDD just to get out of the way, and I'm going to Sacred Sword King Gambit. I think King Gambit feels a little bit safe to stay in. But if I can just punish it really hard here, that's just 2 quick KOs, and then it's just outlasting Trick Room, right? And if I can do that, then I think we're going to be in a solid spot. Fine by me. Garganacl is going to outspeed here. And then if King Gambit wants to attack Chien-Pao, so be it. I'll be at Focus Sash. Oh, he went after Garganacl. Oof. Well, this will be a one-hit KO anyway, so that's fine. And crit on top of that. Cool. Alright, we'll bring out Pelipper. And then it's Hatterene and Torkoal, right? Okay. You know what's funny? I kind of planned for this. Torkoal's drop comes up, but I win the Weather War. So I get Rain. With that, I would imagine that Torkoal is going to want to protect. So I don't mind using... Oh, wait, no. Hatterene doesn't know an Expanding Force in this generation. How many turns of Trick Room we got to deal with? It was pretty early, so 3 turns. Okay. So I don't mind using Hurricane on Hatterene. And I'll also Ice Spinner. And I'll also Fire Terra, Throat Chop. Hang on. Okay, so let's do this. Hurricane, Hatterene. Throat Chop, Fire Terra, Hatterene as well. I think the one problem I'm going to run into is that if Torkoal does Earth Power. But this is mainly to help avoid any Fairy-type moves that Hatterene might throw at Chien-Pao. This is really interesting. I'm okay being slower in Trick Room, but here we are. Flying Terror wouldn't... I'm trying to think what other Terrors would have... It's Fairy Ground is... I figured as much. I take minimal damage. That's a KO right there. That's not good. Okay, Hatterene has Life Orb. I'm hoping this Throat Chop... it wasn't a KO quite yet. Okay. I guess the question is, at this range, am I confident that Power Gem knocks out Hatterene? Make it rain for sure does, but I don't want to leave you as a sitting duck. So I'm going to power... Again, how many turns? 2 turns of Trick Room. Your Throat Chopped. I'll Power Gem Hatterene. I'll protect this turn. Scout out for any, like, Earth Power shenanigans. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That wasn't enough. Dang. Okay. I should hit Hatterene. I'll go for the double. Got it! Woo! That was exactly what I needed. Woo! That was scary. That was scary, but that was that conviction. That was like, I either win it or I don't. Because Hatterene's gonna come up with Psychic. Boom. That was the time to go for the double. We got the double! The double protect. Alright, perfect. Trick Room's over. That was such an interesting thing of like, look, we're gonna let Trick Room come up and we're just gonna keep it, like, hit the gas pedal with Chien-Pao. This is an odd game for sure. Yeah, and that Fire Terror coming in clutch. But yeah, that was the time too, because like, even if, like, let's say I didn't get it, they would have double targeted Chien-Pao. I would have gotten knocked out. I knock out Hatterene. Then it's Golden Go versus Torkoal. Now, Torkoal does have an advantage with Earth Power, but I do have that Power Gem, so really it's just like who trades better with that. And then also, too, once the rain is over, then the problem with rain... Dude, we just keep on climbing up. This is awesome. The problem with rain is that it would have expired, making the Fire-type moves better, right? So that was the time to take a risk, and I'm glad we took it. Woo! Sand with Houndstone as well. This is definitely very scary. Rain is tough because I activate Palafin, make it stronger. Garganacl does look really strong here. I think the one Pokemon you need to watch out for is the Great Tusk. But, yeah, and I also, the first time I was playing through this, I made a huge mistake of, like, not letting up against Lycanroc. I think one thing we could do is potentially have Dreadnought be in here. Yeah, absolutely. And that was, I think that the reward risk ratio was definitely my favorite, hitting that double protect, and that really did win the game. So it was important to gamble on that one. I don't mind Golden Go. I think the problem is I need to make sure that we gotta get rid of Sand, and we gotta get rid of Tyranitar pretty quickly. So I'm cool with a Dreadnought Chien-Pao lead, as obvious as that might be that I have Pelipper in the back. I don't know. Do I feel like Garganacl can win this? I think Garganacl is actually going to be a key factor into this. So, yeah, there is one problem. I'm not bringing Golden Go. Golden Go is actually pretty good against a couple of these Pokemon, but I think in this case, like, it could be that Lycanroc is not going to play and it's Houndstone instead. In which case, Garganacl does feel a lot better. Shulk Cure, Recover, Protect, and just kind of breathe in as Houndstone has to take that damage, right? Because I resist Ghost. Okay, we got Tyranitar and Lycanroc as predicted. Chien-Pao and Dreadnought. Now, what I might recommend is that we hit Tyranitar with this Liquidation. Right? Or we can hit, we can hit Tyranitar with the Liquidation, or we can hit Lycanroc with the Liquidation. Get it to 1 HP. I like the idea of hitting Tyranitar with the Liquidation, actually. Well, yeah, we'll hit Lycanroc. Oh, you know what? Here's how we do it. We'll Rock Slide, and then we'll switch into Pelipper. This is definitely an obvious play. Like, I don't feel like my opponent would know. Like, it's delayed weather. We've been playing this in Gen 8. I've done this all the time. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be taking a... Okay, Terra pretty early. What Terra are you looking at? Flying? I'll take that. I'll take that happily. This is going to be super effective. Alright. And double Rock Slide? Nah, it's just low kick. Okay. Something tells me Rock might want to switch out. So I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm going to go for Ice Spinner on Tyranitar, and I will Protect with Pelipper. Because I don't want to also lose to like a potential Accelerock on Pelipper. Okay. Yeah, I could have actually voiced over this one a little bit more. Alright, so what are they going to switch into? Houndstone, okay. Does decent amount of damage. Pelipper survives, which is helpful. And then Chien-Pao takes a decent amount of damage there. So, man, big blows being traded back and forth, which isn't easy. I think in this case, I'm going to go ahead and set up Tailwind. Because so a couple things, like you can say Lycanroc stays in, he uses the Rock Slide again, or Houndstone stays in, tries to Will-O-Wisp Chien-Pao, right? So I kind of wanted to play around that. Or you could Accelerock Chien-Pao. Okay, yeah. I figured that was coming out. Yep, Accelerock. Fine. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I was figuring, like, Accelerock has to come out sooner rather than later, right? So, we want to prioritize knocking out Lycanroc. And I think I'm going to Protect again this turn. Okay, they decide to stay in. Yeah, it's Accelerock, you know. And if I can get this KO early, this will be helpful. Last Respects is in a tickle. Okay, that does a lot of damage. That's good. Alright, one more Salt Cure. And then I'll protect again. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know how I would have played around that. Like, it would be Hydro Pump, but it just felt like Accelerock was coming out. Yeah, and knocking out Lycanroc is so important here. So I'm glad that we did that. We are booting up Houndstone a little bit, so we do need to be mindful of this. However, we do have Tailwind on our side, so we can use that to our advantage as well, right? So, let's bring in Chi and Pow. And Houndstone does have to respect the fact that I could use Sucker Punch, right? So it's not out of the woods yet. Alright, so let's think about this. I have Tailwind, right? So if I was last turn of Tailwind, you're going to think, oh, you're going to use Tailwind, you're going to attack Houndstone, I need to protect it. So I don't care. I'm going to focus on Tyranitar. I'm just going to get it out of here. Oh, it knows Shadow Sneak. That's interesting. Probably trying to predict around... Well, that's a KO. So that's great. Probably trying to predict around Sucker Punch, yeah? And then I'll knock out Homestone here. Perfect. I think I lose Chi and Pow. Oh, I survived with 1 HP. That's huge. Perfect. Okay. That's huge. Surviving with 1 HP is great. Because that means whatever their last Pokemon is, they have to deal with that. So Tailwind's over, but I maximize my Tailwind turns. And it's Great Tusk. Alright, so Great Tusk is probably going to use Earthquake. I don't really care too much, so I'm going to go ahead and use Salt Cure, and I'm going to use Ice Spinner on Great Tusk. Now, if I was the opponent, I would probably protect my Great Tusk, so I can let Sandstorm knock out my Chien-Pao. But in that case, then, I think we're looking into a pretty solid spot here. Okay, so I did it outspeed. So in that case, if I did protect, I would have been in a lot better spot. But that's okay. Well, actually no, because Sandstorm's still active. That was a crit. Yeah, Sandstorm's still active, so that makes no difference. Yeah, protecting wouldn't have done anything. But knowing that, you most likely are Choice Scarfed then. Okay. So I kind of want to recover now. I'm going to be taking a lot of damage. Yo, let's go! Oh, you know what's interesting too? Wide Guard actually activates at this time. I could... I have a lot of material with me to PowerPoint stall. I don't mind Wide Guarding. Yep. There you go. This is going to be very interesting, because eventually I think Great Tusk will have to struggle before I run out of power points too. Because I have Protect, Recover, and Wide Guard working for me. Yep, I got that cancellation. Let's go! Garganackle once again. You gotta believe in the salt. Let's go. Man, we are doing great. This is amazing. I think I started around like 5:30ish, around 6. And I wasn't thinking I was gonna be streaming that long. But yo, already at 9 p.m. and we are just crushing it, guys. That's like a 10 win streak or something. Let's go. Let's continue. 20 battles, 6,418. Look at that ranking, y'all. I can't believe it. We got it in us. Let's go. 418. Oh, look at this. Dreadnought, Pelipper, and Chien Pao. Yeah, we absolutely got to leave them salty. So it's interesting. This team has both Sun and Rain going up for it. I haven't actually fought an opposing Dreadnought. Salt Cure still does really well. Golden goes out of the picture. That's done. We're not going to do that. We can try Garganackle. I think Garganackle is going to be important. It's really going to be hard to pivot it. But if we find a way, we can do it. Brute Bonnet is going to be our biggest threat. We need to find a way to deal with Brute Bonnet early. Then Garganackle can keep on going. We can do Chien Pao. Maybe. I like Furgraph. Kind of. No, I actually don't. This is tough, yeah. I think I'm going to lead with Dreadnought, Chien Pao. And then go with Garganackle, Pelipper. Because Grass Terra Dreadnought actually surprised opponents, yeah. Okay. I actually haven't used Grass Terra Dreadnought. I was thinking I was going to use that more often, but just hasn't shown up. And especially too if Brute Bonnet's in the field, because Brute Bonnet can be like, oh, I'm going to Rage Powder. I don't care. I can just hit you with, like, another attack. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. We got this. 418 in ranking, y'all. Okay, Brute Bonnet and Torkoal coming out early. Alright. So this is what I'm thinking. Brute Bonnet is thinking like, oh, let me... And then Photosynthesis activates. You're going to boost your attack, right? Alright. So here's how we're going to do this. What other Terras do I have? I have Terra Water. I think I'm okay with bypassing Terra Water. For this. I'm going to Ice Spinner into Brute Bonnet. And I'm going to switch out into Pelipper. So that way, if Brute Bonnet decides, hey, I feel confident I'm going to go with a Grass-type move, I don't care. Alright, so we're going to play it that way. Another Terra type would be interesting would have been Terra Fire, actually, and not using Terra Blast. Because, like, you wouldn't really hit... Well, actually, maybe not Terra Fire. So, like, obviously this play's pretty clear. There you go. I think the one thing to be mindful of is that Torkoal probably is not going to use Eruption at this moment. Like, why would it use Eruption? Like, wouldn't you... This play is predictable. Right? So Torkoal's going to protect. Oh, interesting. We're going to actually see a Terra coming out. Who's that for? Okay. Loaded dice. You know, actually, one of the problems here is that if Torkoal goes for a Fire-type move, we're still in trouble. Oh, well, he went on the wrong slot. So that helped a lot. Okay, cool. In that case, I do feel confident liquidating into Brute Bonnet. And I kind of want to Hurricane into Torkoal. if Torkoal decides to switch out, yeah, it was a very interesting strat. We got lucky of the prediction and how they kind of played that out, but yeah, that really did help out. I felt like me switching into Rain felt obvious, though. So, I'm not sure why they decided to go that route. Oh, that was a pretty strong sucker punch, not gonna lie. Interesting. Okay. I appreciate Torkoal's moxie in trying to stay in. I think I'm cool with switching out into Garganacl, and then still exerting pressure with Pelipper to knock out Brute Bonnet, right? Because Brute Bonnet's probably going to sucker punch Dreadnought. Or I can knock out Torkoal pretty... I mean, knocking out Torkoal now would be great. Versus Brute Bonnet. I'll knock out Torkoal now. Because I think what Torkoal wants to do would have to be switch out or protect, right? And so, if Torkoal switches out, then that's fine. Whatever you bring in is going to take a lot of damage. And I think I'm going to mitigate Torkoal's output. There's barely... Yeah, I figured Sucker Punch was coming out. I don't want to take too much there. And we get to knock out Torkoal early. That's so nice. Yes, it does mean that Pelipper is asleep. But I think it was a worthwhile cost to pay. Especially in considering how much the team indexed into Sun. It was helpful to mitigate that. Alright, so they're going to bring their own Chien Pao. Unfortunately, I can't get around the Sacred Sword shenanigans. But I can Salt Cure Chien Pao. And I will Hurricane Brute Bonnet. Yeah, so we got some Sucker Punch shenanigans coming up here too. So once we can get rid of that, I think it's going to be a little bit easier to deal with. Brute Bonnet actually does have one problem that I'm running into, which is going to be, and I should have thought about this a little bit more clearly, but not the Hurricane, but the Bullet Seed. And I think if I targeted Brute Bonnet, I would have been in a lot better spot. So yeah, we're going to have to eat the Sacred Sword, unfortunately. Pelipper is still asleep. And we eaten the Bullet Punch? We ate it on Pelipper. That's huge. I'm okay with losing Pelipper. It has done its job. That does a decent amount of damage. Alright. Let's bring in Chien Pao again. It's gonna be a little bit tricky, but we'll figure it out. I don't know what your final Pokemon is yet, though. So I don't want everyone to protect with the Garganacl. And... well, any Pokemon you send out would be, like, take neutral damage against Ice, except for your own Dreadnought, right? So I'd imagine that might be what you're thinking about. So, let me... let me Throat Chop Brute Bonnet. Okay, that also helps out. Oh, and it's Great Tusk. Okay. Boost your energy. What are you doing? Attack. Okay. Okay, ring's over. So this is not the best, because what would the opponent try to do? They would... Well, Dreadnought's going to be outsped, right? And a 3v1... Okay, so really the main thing here is that I would predict that Great Tusk is going to use Earthquake, right? So if we target Great Tusk now using Ice Spinner, I think we can knock it out. Figured it out! Yeah. Because, like, what you want to do, you want to hit all your opponents, right? So you're going to protect your own Chi and Pal, use Earthquake. I don't care. I outspeed with this Ice Spinner. And you use Earthquake. Yeah. So that's huge. Okay. Alright. This is going to be tough. What I gotta figure out now is this final part of the battle, which is how do I deal with all of the offensive pressure that's coming up? Oh, wait, duh. I have my focus sash still intact. I'm good. I'm gonna Salt Cure. If Great Tusk protects, I want to Salt Cure Chi and Pal. That's fine. The opponent can't 3v1 me. Because, yeah, if you outsped and use Sacred Sword, then fine. Then I Spinner, I knock out I knock out Great Tusk. And then it's just a 3v1. Right, so it's not a big deal. So I think the way that you would have had... Yeah, because Great Tusk doesn't have priority. And we did it! There you go. One thing to note about Chi and Pal is that it plays very... If you've played Gen 8 competitive, it plays very similarly to Zacian. And it's actually kind of funny. They're like sword-themed, like four-legged creatures, right? It can only target one Pokemon at a time. And so I use that to my advantage of saying, look, you're going to target one Pokemon at a time. And then that turn, like, oh, they're going to use their Earthquake, and they're going to protect their Chi and Pal. Reading that was important. And so, like, Wide Guard, attack it, and that just put us in a great spot. And so... Yeah, I think the better bet would have been to use Sacred Sword, but I think the outcome would have been the same. 265, y'all. I am mind blown that we're this far up here. Alright, let's do this. I feel like we just keep it going. Alright, we got Teen Lu. I just feel great. I can't believe we're back in the game after not playing for a month. We got Teen Lu, Amoonguss, Arcanine, Palafin, Fluttermane, and Baxcalibur. Baxcalibur's been coming up recently a lot. Alright, so looking at this, like, Pelipper honestly does really great against the Palafin, Arcanine, Amoonguss core. I think Pelipper would be really helpful here. Yeah, I think that's kind of how we're going to play this. Do we go Chi and Pal Golden Go, or do we do Chi and Pal Pelipper lead? I think Chi and Pal Pelipper looks pretty good. And then from there, I can use Garganacl, and then I'll use Golden Go. Yeah. Dude, I can't believe it. This is awesome. I was telling people at work, oh, I'm going to try to get the top 1%. I think we're there. If not, going to... This is crazy. This is crazy, y'all. I can't wait. I'm just over the moon about this. And this is coming after, like, a month of not playing. And, like, I played this team a little bit and just, like, yeah, feeling more confident. And I think the Ruined Pokemon, they're crazy. They're good. Don't get me wrong, but now feel a lot more confident with it. So, Chi and Pal, let's go. This whole team is fun. I definitely would change up Dreadnought for sure, but I think it was helpful. Okay, so we got Amoonguss and Baxcalibur early on. Now, a lot of Baxcaliburs I've seen do run Terra Electric, right? So we want to be mindful of that and not just immediately slam ourselves into that. So, how do I play around that? I don't have to say Switch in, but I can Sacred Sword here on this Baxcalibur for now. And I want to protect. Okay, there was no Terra, unfortunately. Dang it. Amoonguss protects, that's huge. I think I will, yeah. And I think I do like the... I think Pelipper has actually really been helpful. I think it's just figuring out how to use Pelipper. Glaive Rush is fine. I'm at Focus Sash. I'm okay with that. Oh, and you had Life Orb, too. Okay. I think in that case, I feel confident switching into... Alright, you know what? I can switch into Golden Go. Golden Go is not going to take that much damage. And then I will Hurricane Amoonguss. Dude, yeah, I think changing out Dreadnought a little bit, and Ferrograph has been helpful, but not to the extent that I need it to be helpful in. So I'm going to figure out, maybe, do I do Ferrograph or change up the moveset? Because, like, I feel like the offensive capabilities of Ferrograph, I personally haven't been able to use it well, and so I think investing more in the defensive profile of Ferrograph will be helpful. Okay, I figured out as much. That's fine. Okay. Arcanine coming in with that Intimidate. Not a big deal. And we got the Protect there, too. Perfect. That means I get some free damage on Arcanine. We like to see it. Ooh, that was a crit on top of that. That was bloody. Well, I can just Power Gem you now. And I will Hurricane Baxcalibur. But yeah, this is really good. Yeah, that Arcanine switch in was perfect. And then if it's Amoonguss versus Chien-Pao eats Amoonguss for breakfast. The Glaive Rush was a cool attack, but yeah, Focus Sash Chien-Pao is pretty common, and it's been helpful to utilize that. Dude, I cannot believe it. 20 battles. I think I have to rewatch the VOD. We were definitely downloading this VOD. Alright, Power Gem goes off. Arcanine's knocked out. I'm getting 2 KOs in this turn, right here. Jeez, I am a monster. There you go. So I guess now the question is, how do I want to win this, right? We're commanding lead, but we got to make sure that we don't screw anything over. So it is Flutter Mane. And it is Amoonguss, right? Okay. So looking at this, Flutter Mane will probably want to target Golden Go. I do not want... I don't think Chien-Pao actually wins this game at this point. I don't think I need it. So I'm willing to swap out... Well, that could be a double KO I would lose against, right? So I'm cool with Garganacl. And then I can Hurricane Amoonguss. I kind of want to get a better understanding what this Flutter Mane can do. And then, really, against Amoonguss, I can ignore it with Garganacl. Perfect! We love to see the Protect. That honestly helped me out so much. Oh, jeez! Alright, the leftovers will help, the Citrus Berry will help out. Alright, and then Spore comes out. Okay, that's fine. At this point, what we're waiting on is Golden Go to get a clean opportunity to switch in and knock out. Since we saw Flutter Mane use Protect, we know it's not Choice Scarf. So, that's perfect. Let's go ahead and hit Amoonguss with that Salt Cure. And if I get, you know what? Yeah, I'll hit Amoonguss with the Salt Cure. And I'll hit Flutter Mane with this Hurricane. Here comes the Hurricane! Dude. Pelipper's Hurricane is actually really good. That's been helpful. I think... I like the water moves, but I don't know if I need to rely on Hydro Pump as much as I have. Like, Chilling Water could also be a way to play around it. Okay, so Amoonguss is going to Terra. If Amoonguss Terra's water, then we're in a good spot. Okay, it's just Flutter Mane Terraing. Terra Fairy. It's fine. Golden Go's got this. I'm really just waiting on Golden to come in and click Steel Terra, make it rain. That's fine too. I don't care. Oh, that didn't even do that much. Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, at this stage in the game, means nothing. I think another thing I might think about too is what item Pelipper is holding. Right now it has the Covert Cloak, but I could use Damp Rock as well. And I could also look into investing in Pelipper's defenses a little bit if I feel like I don't need a full special attack. But yeah, at this point, I will go ahead and Salt Cure Amoonguss, and I will set up Tailwind. It is quite possible that Fluttermane does have actually Focus Blast, or Focus Sash. So I do need to be mindful of that. Which would be the only way I could lose. Because then it could, well, no, because I would Terra. Alright, so we get the Salt Cure off. I'm trying to think if there are any other ways I could lose. Well, Fluttermane 3v1, it would be pretty tough, but let me go ahead and fire off this Protect for now. Do I want to fire off Protect? I'll Salt Cure. If I get lucky. And then I'll still Tailwind. Because the Moongus is not doing anything. Yeah. Probably Rage Powder is your best bet here. Sacrifice a Moongus. Man, Pelipper's still asleep, huh? Okay. Let's bring in Chi and Pal. We're gonna Protect with Chi and Pal. And we'll Tailwind again. Yeah, Pelipper's been taking his sleep, but yeah, I think the main thing here is I don't want to lose against Focus Sash Fluttermane, which is definitely a possibility. I don't care about Rage Powder. It's fine at this point. Alright, crit on Pelipper, that's fine. Really, the main thing here is I was looking for that Free Switch into Golden Go. Alright, Amoonguss is almost knocked out, but at that point it won't make a difference. So the way the opponent has to win this is that they have to commit Fluttermane to attacking Golden Go separately. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and Ice Spinner Fluttermane, and I'm going to Terra Steel, Make It Rain on both. The only other way they could win this is if Make It Rain, if they Protect and let Golden Go go down, or let Amoonguss go down, you might be able to survive a -1 Make It Rain, right? So that also is another way to play around this. But yeah, you choosing Rage Powder means nothing, and I preserve the Focus Sash properly. This should be a one-hit KO. If not, then it's fine. Yeah, you were Focus Sash. That's fine. So Fluttermane has a tough choice. If it chose Dazzling Gleam, great job. But if it doesn't, then it doesn't matter. Oh, well, we are not going to learn about that because Chi and Pal speeds and knocks it out with Side Spinner. So, there you go. Woo! Look at that. Awesome battle. That was awesome. Yeah. And I think there was that certain point, like, we hit Bat Cavalry really hard. Arcanine, we just slammed it with that Hurricane. And that Power Gem was a huge game changer. I think Choice Scarf Golden Go, I feel it's very slept on because it can become an offensive and a defensive utility Pokemon and used in the right way. So that honestly is perfect. Use that Power Gem. The opponent still didn't suspect that we had the Choice Scarf. We were able to use that to our advantage there. Let's continue. 117. 117 rank, guys. I can't believe this. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. And you know, we were when we were first playing, we lost 3 battles in a row, and I was like, man, I don't know if I should keep on playing or whatever. And I said, let's commit to it. I'm so glad that we did. Alright, Mr. Awesome. What do we got here? We got Amoonguss, we got Arcanine, we got Palafin, we got Roaring Moon, we got Teen Lu, and we got Fluttermane. Okay, so Chi and Pal definitely looks good still. I do need to be mindful of the whole speed boost or attack boost with Roaring Moon, so that's something to be mindful of. Arcanine has some priority, and so does Palafin, but I think Garganacl can work through this. I do like Golden Go, kind of. If I can deal with Arcanine early, then I think Golden Go works really well. I like Pelipper a lot. Okay, I'm gonna drop for a draft. I think I'm gonna drop Golden. I know. Okay, in the last battle, because Team Lu wasn't there, that's why Golden Gold looked better. Okay, cool. I think in that case, then I do feel confident with a Dreadnought Pelipper lead, and then going with Qian Pao and Garganacl in the back, and we'll go from there. Cool. This does make it a little bit harder. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough. 100, yeah, that would be crazy. But yeah, the fact that we were up this high is incredible. I'm just so, Mr. Awesome. Well, that's an awesome Pokemon to have there. But the fact that we're at 100 is just incredible. In the hundreds, I didn't anticipate to be in the hundreds. Palafin and Flutter Mane. All right. So, thinking about this, the opponent most likely would want to switch out Palafin, right? What are you going to switch out into? You can switch out into Team Lu, you can switch out into Amoonguss, switch out into Arcanine, you can switch out into Roy and Moon. Now, if you protect, that's a different story, and that can be a little bit harder to deal with. So I'm kind of down to, like, Rock Slide and Hurricane. I also get a chance to flinch Flutter Mane, which is helpful too. But yeah, I think using Flutter Mane switches out, which is actually kind of nice. Arcanine. Okay, that's fine by me. I'm glad I didn't Terra at that moment. I feel like that would have been a little bit too risky. Palafin terrestrializes early. Okay. Are we going to do Terra Water? Does Palafin feel confident it's going to get the K on me? I mean, I've seen this play before. Yeah, I guess it's going to go for Wave Crash then. Okay, man. Can you pull it off? Alright, so it uses Wave Crash, and it's going to go out against Dreadnought, but I'm okay with that. So I'll lose Dreadnought. It's fine. And in return, you lost your Terra and you lost Palafin. That's huge. My friend, that is huge. I will take that happily any day. Alright. Now let's bring in Garganacl, and let's deal with this Arcanine. Terra Fire could have helped out as well, but I feel like that's pretty early commitment with a Terra right now, so I'm not going to go for that. We can Salt Cure Arcanine, we can Salt Cure Flutter Mane. I like the idea of Salt Curing Flutter Mane, and then firing off another Hurricane into Arcanine as well. Oh, that tickled. Okay, that didn't tickle. Okay. So I don't actually know if Flutter Mane is Choice Scarf or not. I know I outspeed normal Flutter Manes that don't invest fully like that. But I couldn't tell you if this one does or not. Let's go ahead and use Salt Cure for now on Arcanine, and I will Protect. Because I don't want to risk anything funky. Yeah, I figured as much. Okay. I'll Fire Terra later. Perfect. Alright. Cool. That was very important to call out. Arcanine's being Salt Cured. No Citrus Berry that I see. But it could be one of the other berries. Alright, we gotta figure this out. Now, Amoonguss probably wants to use Rage Powder. I want to personally, like, target down Arcanine. Oh, Fire Terra now, Rage Powder. Yeah. Because then your Will-O-Wisp don't do anything. Here it is. Then I knock out Arcanine, then it's Fluttermane versus the other two. Fluttermane, I don't think Fluttermane has it in her to knock me all out. Yeah, and this was another reason I chose Fire Terra on, okay, that's fine. Yeah, this is another reason I chose Fire Terra on Qian Pao, was to avoid Will-O-Wisp shenanigans. And there it is! Look at this, guys! We're just doing a bang-up job. Oh, we just knock out Arcanine. It's not even a contest. Let's freaking go! Garganacl at full HP right now. And here comes Fluttermane. Okay. Close to full HP Garganacl. Let's go ahead and use Protect. I think the one thing I need to be mindful of is I don't want Fluttermane to get kind of fancy in using like Shadow Ball or something. So I just want to make sure that I'm hitting it pretty well. Yeah, this Rage Powder, I don't want to immediately like take a big hit. Alright, so he uses Dazzling Gleam. Ooh, that crit's not going to be pretty. Okay, I think at that range, I think Ice Spinner should be enough to knock it out. Because one thing I also need to be mindful of is Amoonguss hitting that Spore, and we want to make sure Amoonguss doesn't hit Spore, right? So, yeah, I think with that, Amoonguss should be in a pretty solid spot. I'm going to go ahead and fire off this Wide Guard, and then I'm going to go ahead and fire off an Ice Spinner into Amoonguss. Alright, Amoonguss could still protect, I don't know yet. Okay, Rage Powder, I don't care. I'm okay with that. And I do outspeed Fluttermane naturally. Cool. We got this. Yo, the first one of the evening! Look at that, y'all. Alright. Man, it took us a long time to get there, but we figured it out. So let's go ahead and play our Rage... Alright, I'm sorry, I muted myself early. Our Rage Quit bumper. Haters are gonna hate, man. We got the first Rage Quit. Let's get some hype in the chat for that. Oh my goodness. That was awesome. I can't believe it. I'm pumped, dude! I can't believe this. This is awesome. Okay, I do need to go to the restroom because it's been a while since I've been streaming. So we'll be right back. Y'all don't worry. Stay tuned. We got some more Pokemon action coming up. I am just so pumped. We have been crushing it this episode. Huge shout out to Apollo, COD, and Dax, man. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to still keep on playing. I'm just going to go restroom real quick and we'll be right back, alright? Hey everybody, appreciate your patience. We are back with more Pokemon action. It is 10 p.m. my time. I did not think I was going to be playing this long, but here we are. Dude, I can't believe it. This is ridiculous. I was saying earlier in the stream, oh, if we get the 4 digits, we break the thousands, totally fine by me. We're at the hundreds, guys. Like, not even just 100s. Like, I think I was like 114 or like 140 something, right? I can't believe it. This has been one heck of an episode. Chien Pao! My boy. But more than that, Golden Goat and Garganacl. Garganacl is a dream Pokemon. This Pokemon is just unreal of how it can win games. Now get out of here. You know what? This is ridiculous. Get out of here. We got, hey, Dark Hair. I want you to, no, I want you to be banned. Because, thank you. I appreciate you. I have great mods. Thank you guys so much for banning them real quick. They try, nah, this is for the guys who have been here since the beginning, right? If you want to join the hype, you got to join the hype, right? We on that hype train. Let's keep it going. Woo! We'll continue battling. 67! Oh my god! What? Oh my god. Yo, thank you, Apollo and Dax, man. 67! We're ranked 67. I thought I wasn't even, I was like, oh, I'm in the hundreds. 67. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. This is ridiculous. This is unreal. Okay. Whew! Oh. The opponent's coming in hard with some pretty tough strategies here. We got Iron Bundle, Garchomp, Wuchien, Indeedee, Fluttermane, and Chi-Yu. So a lot of specially based Pokemon, and we got a weird trick component with Wuchien and Indeedee, right? So we need to be very careful about this. The opponent can easily lead like the whole Chi-Yu Fluttermane lead too, right? I do like Pelipper. I think Pelipper is an all-star. It's great. It's awesome. It can really help out here. Golden Gold Choice Scarf could help out. It's the positioning of it. Rain's going to be helpful. If Bundle's out first, I can't use Pelipper. If Bundle's out, what do I do? I feel like Bundle's coming out first. I say Garganacl, Pelipper. Then Bundle attacks Garganacl with Hydro Pump. I don't care. I Terra Water and I hit it with Salt Cure. Then who do I switch into? Chien Pao? That feels weird. Golden Go. Maybe Golden Go. Okay. Whew, this is a tough one. But yeah, we're going to go with the this lead. And I'm going to bring in Chien Pao. I'll use Golden Go. I don't know. I think there's an argument for a choreograph. I honestly do. I think it's a little bit harder to use on this team, though. I think I'm going to redo the choreograph set. But top 60... If we lose this one, it's totally fine. The fact that we're at this level, this caliber... I figured it was going to be Iron Bundle coming out. Okay, Pelipper's going to... and your booster energy. Okay, that's helpful to know. That means that Chien Pao is going to have a better time against Fluttermane. So, I guess the main thing here is I could protect... you know what? I don't even have to switch out. I can protect for now. Terra Water. Salt Cure. Then next turn switch into Golden Go. And then go from there. Right? I think Golden Go and Chien Pao can clean this up. It's just positioning to timing. Okay, you're Terraing. That's interesting. Terra Water? I don't care. Whatever. I'll deal with Fluttermane later. Oh my gosh. Okay. Play one battle at a time. I can't wait to download this VOD. This is so going to be so much fun. Okay, Pelipper protects. Right. I'm expecting Dazzling Gleam. Yeah, Freeze Dry on Pelipper. Yep. Okay. I should survive the Moonblast. Yeah, it's fine. decent amount. That Iron Bundle definitely has some defense in it. Cool. Alright. I'll switch out Pelipper for Golden Go. I don't think I need Terra. And then I'm going to go ahead and protect this turn. The opponent recognizes that they want to get rid of Garganacl quick. I'm going to use that to my advantage. Okay, bundle switches out. It's totally fine by me. And it's NDD. Okay. That's fine by me too. Whew. Alright, NDD also did not show Psychic Seed, so that's interesting to know. Okay, this turn's interesting, because NDD could attack, and my thing is, Fluttermane could be focused as NDD could attack. If that happens, I could lose Garganacl pretty early. But if NDD if Fluttermane protects, then or it switches out, then I'm in a solid spot, because then I can just hit Recover. And I put already so much damage on Iron Bundle, they're going to have a hard time coming back from that. I also see NDD setting up Trick Room right now. And if that's the case, then Garganacl can slowly but surely chip away at the opponent. Okay, Fluttermane switches out, so we get a little bit of a passive turn here, which is what I was kind of banking on. Okay, Chi-Yu comes out with Beads of Ruin. Survive. That's huge. Alright, this is definitely a scary turn, so I'll knock out NDD, I think, at this level. And I'm Choice Scarf, too. And then if I Salt Cure Chi-Yu, then I think I can get that knockout as well. Alright, so because it's Fluttermane and an Iron Bundle, right? There's no safe switch-in. Chi-Yu could take down Golden Go, but I think in that point, then I should be okay, right? I really think that yeah. I knock out NDD, so that shenanigan is over, which is nice. And Boosted Energy is over with Iron Bundle, too. Alright, so I'm going to lose Golden Go here, but I think that trade is totally worth it here. It's totally worth it. We're going to Salt Cure. Chi-Yu's out. We knock out Chi-Yu right here. Perfect. Alright. This is a tough one. I definitely want to knock out Fluttermane. So I either bring out Pelipper or Chien-Pao. If I bring out Chien-Pao, I think I'll bring in Pelipper for now. Okay. Now the question is, do I expect Dazzling Gleam to knock out Pelipper at this range? And if the answer is yes, then we're in trouble. But if the answer is no, then I knock out Iron Bundle right here. And then I can Salt Cure. Because Iron Bundle will fall to Chien-Pao, right? So if I get a Protect off, or... That's what I was looking for. And you're going after. It's not enough. And I broke any focus sashes that you had. Cool. This is perfect for a potential Chien Pao win. Now, all I gotta do is just scout out. Perfect, yeah. Chien Pao can easily knock out either of them. So I'm gonna go ahead and fire off this Tailwind. And then I'm gonna go ahead and protect. Yeah, I figured I'm going to lose Pelipper at this juncture, which is fine. Okay, well we know Protect is on Iron Bundle, but we don't know if it's on Fluttermane, right? So that's the big question mark that we have. Is it on Fluttermane? Because if it's so, then we need to be mindful of that. Alright, train's over, so the opponent would also need to be mindful of Sucker Punch going into Iron Bundle. Alright, so let's go ahead and Ice Spinner Fluttermane. I'm going to recover this turn. And thank you for preserving the Focus Sash all this time. Oh, that would be it. There's our problem. Iron Bender still outsped us. Who are you going after? If I protected, that would have been it. But it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. And that's a helpful calculation to know that Iron Bundle most likely will outspeed Chien Pao. Okay. This is going to be a tough one. So I think I'm going to need to protect. Yeah, because now Freeze Dry is super effective, right? But there's no other way to play around that. Because the Hydro Pump would have been super effective. And which one would I rather choose? Rather have Freeze Dry be super effective. Okay. We're pretty close to full HP. And if anyone can pull this off, it is definitely Garganacl. Alright. So, what we want to do this turn is we want to recover. Well, this is going to be a close one. I don't know if we'll survive this one. Yeah, we didn't. Alright, good game. Dang, that was a tough one. But that was really good. I think replaying that, I'm trying to think. I think the main thing here was I was a little bit too lax with Chien Pao. If I protected Chien Pao that turn, no problem. Because I didn't anticipate Iron Bundle at outspeed. But I should have anticipated that. Because then Chien Pao could have protected. I would have been able to Salt Cure on Iron. I would have recovered, gotten a lot more of my HP back. And then from there, Chien Pao would have had a much better thing. Yeah, honestly, I think we went like 17 plus battles as a win. That's incredible. Y'all, I can't believe it. Alright, now we unfortunately dropped down to 171 out of 67. But I think we're going to play one more. We'll play one more, and then we'll call it. But dang, that was incredible. I can't believe it. That was awesome. We're going to end this night with a win, though. Alright, we got Murkrow, Fluttermane, Chien Pao, Arcanine, Brute Bonnet, and Iron Hands. So Iron Hands is pretty tough. But I think we can do this. Let's think about this. So, Pelipper is really good. I'm going to have to just accept that I'm going to be outsped. Right? Murkrow's going to get his Tailwind up, and it's just going to be a fact of life. What Pokemon don't care about speed? Probably Garganacl. he doesn't really care. And then I can use Chien Pao to, like, defend myself. And then from there, I'll go with Pelipper and Golden Go versus Dreadnought. Or even Farigiraf. Farigiraf does have, like, Ally Switch and things like that. Alright, we're going to play a little bit more defensive. I think I'm winning Farigiraf, and I might even find an opportunity to use Terra Fairy. Dude, absolutely. 67. We got to that at that one point. That was incredible. Honestly, if I end this tournament at 171, I think I am in the top 1%. But we're going to try our best. We're going to get this one last win. And then, if you guys want to play a game, I might do some shiny hunting or whatever. But, man, I am over the moon. This is ridiculous. Alright, so it looks like Iron Bundle and Garganacl are up here at the beginning. I'm so sorry. Iron Hands and Garganacl. Now I'm getting tongue-tied all over the place. Okay, we need to be mindful that Chien Pao could probably use Sacred Sword, right? So, I don't want to Terra Water. I feel like that's a little bit too dangerous. I could win in Pelipper now, but I feel like a better option here would be to go ahead and use Salt Cure on Chien Pao, and then go ahead and switch out to Farigiraf for now. Especially too because Farigiraf does decently well against Chien Pao. And then I can even do things like Ally Switch and things like that. And I can even Terra Fairy. So that's a consideration. Okay, it's just this vanilla Ice Spinner. Think out of anything, I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, and Drain Punch is fine. Alright. Let's see what we're going to do here. So Chien Pao is going to be taking some Salt Cure damage. And now we got to figure out how to deal with this Iron Bundle. And protecting for now is a solid idea. And I can use Dazzling Gleam. Okay. So, we'll knock out their Chien Pao, which is good. Oh, Iron Hands actually just outspeeds. That's what I get for not investing any speed whatsoever in my Farigiraf. That wasn't a great turn. Alright. This puts us in a pretty awkward situation, just because I lost Farigiraf without doing anything, which isn't ideal. Okay. We could bring in our own Chien Pao at this point. Yeah, this is a little bit harder. Yeah, and I think Iron Hands is just a really tough Pokemon to break through. Let's go ahead and use Protect for now. Okay. So we got Boot Bonnet coming out, which is helpful. Man, this guy's been calling out every single one of those. Well done. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're going to win this one. And I think it might be time of us saying, like, you know what? We'll take a break. But dang. We'll go use Hurricane. Oh, wait, do we need a Terra Flying? Terra Fire, what would you help out against? Fluttermane. But if I get the Boot Bonnet KO now... Ice Spinner. Oh, you know what? If I do this to get the Iron Hands KO, maybe that could be helpful. Because I feel like Iron Hands is now like a giant wall I gotta overcome, right? So if we can figure that out, maybe that'll be enough. Okay, we're gonna see a tear on their side. Who's it gonna be? Cool, I wasn't paying attention to it. Ooh, that crit's gonna be helpful. Nah, but it wasn't enough to get the KO, unfortunately. And I'm pretty sure Iron Hands is gonna get the KO with its Wild Charge, right? Oh, no, it's just gonna use Drain Punch. I wonder if I could still get the KO now. Let's go ahead and use Protect. If I do wake up. Alright, Hurricane. We're gonna knock out the Iron Hands. And we get a crit on top of that too, but... Yeah, we had to spend too much to knock out Iron Hands. And I think that's one thing, is having... You know, smart with the crunch. I think that's one thing. If I had different fairy coverage on this team, outside of Photograph, I think that would definitely help out. I think Flutter Mane actually would be a great call out here. You could definitely sub that in for a couple of the Pokemon that I have. And then now they're going to send their own Chi and Pow. Okay. So, yeah, I don't think I can win this. I'll Hurricane Chi and Pow, but, I mean, a combination of Ice Spinner, yeah, that's enough. Alright. Good games, y'all. Alright, I think I definitely need to take a break from playing. That was an incredible run. We got all the way up to 67. Unfortunately, this will drop our ranking a little bit lower. But the fact that we were at the hundreds was incredible. I did not anticipate us to get that far. Shout out to all my opponents that played this evening. They did a great job, including the Rage Critter. They didn't need a Rage Crit. I can't believe that that was the thing that got us to rank 67 at that point. But yeah, this team has been really fun. I definitely want to change up a couple things about it. Pelipper surprised the heck out of me of how incredible it is. Yeah, I'll crit for now. There we are. We are currently at 388. Thank you guys so much. Dude, just the fact that we got to 388 is incredible. I was thinking we were going to end in the thousands, but this solid, I think this does put us... Because I started off at 22,000. So let's just assume that that was the lowest that you could have been, 22,000. Yeah, this puts us at the closer to the top 1%, which was my goal for this tournament. So, thank you guys so much. This was incredible. I did not anticipate to play us this long. Thank you. I just want to hang on. Let me go ahead and switch to full camera mode. Y'all, if you guys know me, I actually took a break from playing competitive Pokemon for about like a month and a half. I decided, you know what, I need to focus on other things. Work was getting really crazy, and it honestly, the first time that I played was yesterday. From the beginning of March to all the way here in April, I played 3 times yesterday. I lost 2 battles, 1-1. I was like, I'm not sure how I'm going to do in this tournament. The fact that we're at 388 is incredible. And we started from like 22,000s or something like that. I can't believe this. And we got all the way up to 67. I cannot believe this. But really, thanks to you guys. Thank you so much for tuning into this stream, watching, having a great time, hanging out in the chat as we got to play this team. I'm also going to make a rental for this team, so if you guys ever want to try it out on your own, feel free to do so. Definitely there's some improvements I want to make on it. Garganacl, incredible. I don't know if I want to go with Water Terra. I like what it did. I think that there's Iron Bundle is the problem with that. So I'm trying to think if there's another Terra. I wanted to I don't want to go Dragon. Dragon could have been an option, but Ice weakness and also Fairy weakness. We don't want to touch that. Dark might be interesting, but I want to, don't want to increase my fighting type weakness. The problem with Ghost is because of the Ruin Pokemon being Dark type, right? And that would have been, like, that's the default Garganacl. Poison, unfortunately, is weak against Ground. That's why Fairy Ground is a really common and strong typing together. But yeah, anyways, this team is so much fun. I can't believe it worked, but it did, and we got this far. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening, and as always, Psychic. Psychic might be interesting. Oh, no, you know what? Now that you say it, Bug. Because think about it this way. For a Bug-type Pokemon, you're weak against Flying, Fire, and Rock. Garganacl, you're not going to fire a Fire-type move into Garganacl. You're not going to fire a Rock-type move into Garganacl, or a Flying-type move for that matter. So, really, Bug Garganacl could be a great job. A great option, too. But I'll think about that. Yeah, Water's still pretty helpful. It's just, you need to understand that because you have Water Terra, your other Water-type Pokemon are also share same weaknesses. In any case, y'all, I've been talking way too much. Y'all have a wonderful evening, and I'll catch you guys later. Y'all take it easy. Peace.